We have also prepared a lot of demonstration before and after lunch. And for this now, I will give a floor for the next presentation. It's our own Minister of Agriculture, Urmas Kruuse. This presentation is pre-recorded.
Tere ilusat päeva, head konverentsist osavõtjad. Minu nimi on Urmas Kruuse, olen Eesti maaeluminister. Mul on teid hea meel tervitada, kuigi hinges on ka väike kurbuse noot, sellepärast et kahjuks ei ole meil võimalik iga kord kokku saada nii, nagu me oleme tavaliselt harjunud, sest COVID-viirus on teinud ka korrektuure meie kokkusaamistesse. Aga kindlasti ei ole see vähendanud indu selles osas, et vahetada kogemusi, õppida teineteiselt ja ehitada üles paremat elukeskkonda. Eesti kord on seekord korraldada ja meil üks laulusalm küsib niimoodi, et mis maa see on, see Eesti maa. Ja tuleb tunnistada, et see on üks väike maa siin Läänemere kaldal, ja kus elab kõigest umbes 1,3 miljonit inimest. Ja me oleme õnnelik rahvas selles osas, et meil on oma ülikoolid, meil on oma keel, meil on oma kultuur. Me oleme suutnud sellises globaalses mõjuvõimus ikkagi jääda ellu ja kui meenutada ka 50 aastat meie nõukogude perioodi ja mõelda, et kuidas meil läinud on, siis me võime öelda, et meil on siiani ikkagi veel päris hästi läinud, et oleme taas iseseisvunud ja see on kõige suurem väärtus, mis meil täna on. Ka esimese vabariigi aegadel 1920 kuni 40 tegelikult tegeleti väga intensiivselt põllumajandusega ja põllumajandus oli väga oluline ja ka maa rahvastik oli selgelt rohkem, aga need trendid on mõjutanud kui meid. Ja täna me pingutame päris kõvasti selle nimel, et maal oleks rohkem inimesi, kellel on ka tööd ja põllumajandus on üks valdkond. Täna me räägime lihaveiste kasvatajatest ja lihaveise kasvatusest ja loomulikult on see olnud meie taasiseseisvumisperioodil selline tõusev trend ja tuleb tunnistada neid inimesi, kes selle valdkonnaga on tegelenud. Kui me vaatame seda, et kui palju meil on põllumajandusmaad elaniku kohta, siis me saame öelda seda, et meil on pea 2 korda rohkem kui Euroopas tervikuna. Ja selle tõttu on ääretult oluline, et me saaksime ka oma looduslikku keskkonda kasutada lihaveiste kasvatuses ja selle tõttu me püüame väga selgelt tegeleda ka sellega, et meie rohumaad, meie pärandniidud säiliksid. Kui me toome siin näited, siis meenutame eelmise sajandi algust, kus tegelikult pärandniit oli ligi 1,8 miljonit hektarit. Täna me rääkisime sellest, et põllumajandusmaad üldse kokku on kuskil 1 miljon hektarit. Ja selle tõttu on meile kindlasti oluline, et meie pärandniidud ja meie selline looduslik kooslus, mida me põlvest põlve oleme saanud hoida, kindlasti säiliks ja me teame seda, et paljudes riikides need asjad ei ole tegelikult nii head, kui nad võiksid olla. Kui me vaatame täna, siis palju meil näiteks lihaveisid on, siis me võime öelda, et enam-vähem neid on kuskil sama palju kui piimaveised, seal 80 000 juures ja see arv on kasvanud ja see valdkond on võib-olla üks valdkond, kus noored ettevõtjad sellise võib-olla natukene kergema vaevaga saavad siseneda, aga kindel on ka see, et kui me vaatame ka seda võimalust turu pealt tulu teenida, siis ega see väga lihtne ei ole, sellepärast et lihaveiste puhul toetuste osakaal sellest tulust on ligi 38% ja uued investeeringud ees, nii et meil kõigil on üsna keerulised väljakutsed, räägime siin kas või strateegiast talust taldrikule või Fit for 55-st. Need on väljakutsed, aga teiselt poolt ka võimalused, sest kindel on see, et kui me vaatame seda, kui intensiivselt me erinevaid loodusvarasid oleme viimase 150 aasta jooksul kasutanud, siis me peame endale tunnistama, et päris samasuguse kiirusega me enam edasi minna ei saa. Nii et ma väga loodan seda, et see konverents on teile huvitav ja saame tulevikus ka kohtuda silmast silma, nii nagu see ikka on. Et praegu lihtsalt kujutan ette seda, kuidas teie kõik kuulate erinevaid ettekandjaid ja püüan ennast ka hoida heas toonuses, aga olen siiralt tänulik nii korraldajatele kui osalejatele ja soovin selle sektori inimestele ja kaasamõtletele jõudu jaksu ja kindlasti hoidke tervist ja olge terved.
Good morning, everybody, and I'll just share my screen now just to give you an overview of Bovine. Some of you are already familiar with Bovine as a result of having attended our previous transnational meeting, and some of you would be less familiar with it. This might be your first event, but hopefully you'll have all be familiar with our website and with our Bovine Knowledge Hub, or maybe you'll have attended some of our national meetings in your own member states as well. So just, I suppose, to set the context as to where Bovine came from, it was a project that was started. Okay, so it was a project that was started, actually prepared for a number of years ago, and it was very much based on understanding the challenges facing the European sector. But in that regard, it wasn't about thinking about what has research already done. It's about appreciating the role of demand-driven innovation and recognizing the need to ask farmers themselves about their needs, but equally recognizing the potential source of solutions from multiple sources and the role of multiple actors in defining the needs and indeed in providing the solutions to them. So we had a workshop in Ireland a number of years ago where we asked key stakeholders to determine the priority needs of beef farmers, and then based on pre-existing relationships with actors in the beef sector across Europe, we confirmed the relevance of those priorities across Europe, and that's what led to the Bovine project being submitted for EU funding and receiving funding. So ultimately, Bovine is a network, but it's a bit more than a network. It's what I call a transnational innovation ecosystem, and it's all about bringing different sources of knowledge together to define problems and challenges and to develop solutions. So it's a network with a very targeted purpose and a very strong focus on knowledge sharing and knowledge exchange, with the aim of boosting sustainability of the European beef producing sectors. Now, sustainability, as you know, is a term that's used quite broadly, and what we define it in terms of Bovine is focusing on 4 thematic areas: that's socioeconomic resilience, animal health and welfare, production efficiency and meat quality, and environmental sustainability. And as I said, Bovine is not a research project. It is very much focused on knowledge exchange, but it sees farmers as the core of what we do. And the idea is that a farmer in one country identifies a problem. So this farmer says, I'm a beef farmer in Ireland, I have a problem. And he asks, have you ever dealt with this problem? We go out and we find solutions from 2 potential sources. Here we have an example of a research scientist in Germany who says, I am aware of that problem. This is what we have come up with from a research perspective. But also there could be a farmer in another country, like this woman in Spain, who says, I have that problem too, and this is what I do. So there are various sources of sources of solutions to the problems that farmers have in different countries, and they're available from research institutions and universities, from other farmers and across Europe. And that's the basic idea that's behind Bovine. In terms of, I suppose, basic statistics, there are 18 partners across 9 countries. We're aiming to reach the 255,000 beef farmers across Europe. We've been given 2 million from the European Commission to do this, to develop this network over the 3-year period. And the project fortunately kicked off in a face-to-face meeting in January 2020 in Ireland. So these are the people you see in the photograph there, the main people who've been involved in the project from the start, and the member states that are involved are listed there on the left. So we have an annual cycle. We start off by identifying beef farmers' grassroots needs, by looking for solutions that address those needs, and finding them in terms of good practices or research innovations. The research innovations haven't been tested on commercial farms. So for the research innovations, we try to bring some of those into demonstration, ideally on commercial farms. And we also do some cost benefit analysis on the research innovations as well to, I suppose, to challenge them in terms of feasibility for implementation on farm. And that's an annual process that's followed through. So we're in our second year of that annual process at the moment. So in terms of our grassroots needs that we identified in 2020, we identified 2 priority topics for each of our 4 thematic areas, resulting in 8 priority topics overall. And then we went to find research innovations and good practices on each of those. And they were reported on in our last transnational meeting. Demonstrations on some of those were held in 2021. And this is a list of some of the demonstrations that were held for socioeconomic resilience and animal health and welfare. And you'll be hearing the results of some of those later on this morning. And we have a number of demonstrations done on production efficiency and meat quality and environmental sustainability. And again, you'll be hearing information on some of those later on this morning as well. But information on the good practices and research innovations, and then on the demonstrations that have been conducted, all of that information will be available on the Bovine Knowledge Hub. So our priority topics for 2021 were identified at the end of 2020. And we again selected 2 priority topics for each of our thematic areas. And you'll see a list of them here. So for socioeconomic resilience, one of the priority topics was to identify initiatives to improve beef image and to break from the current trend of consumption decline, and examining economically efficient housing systems for beef cattle. We're focused on labour-saving tools and communicating high animal welfare standards in the animal health and welfare, and management, housing and environmental factors were focused on as well. Animal feeding and the impact of stress on meat quality was looked at for the production efficiency and meat quality, and optimising the number of calves per cow per year in suckler herds was the other topic. Environmental sustainability, we focused on reward schemes for beef farmers and carbon sequestration. So these are where you will find all the information on these is on our website. We also have social media channels that you will see there, but I would also encourage you to sign up for our e-news. There's an email address there, bovine@minervacoms.net, and also to join our Knowledge Hub, and that's where you will really get access to all of the information that's been collected so far. And I would encourage you to comment on the information that's been collected as well. There is an opportunity to do that on the Bovine Knowledge Hub. So to add your experience and your knowledge to the solutions that we have found to the identified farmers' needs. So again, just as I say, the information is there on the Knowledge Hub. Some of it is available in text form, but there is a lot of audio-visual content, videos, animations as well to help to, I suppose, capture the knowledge in a variety of formats that are suitable for farmers and other end users. So I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. And now we're going to move, I'm going to hand you over back to Ari if that technical issue has been resolved. And
now the slide should be shared. Now it should be Maite's turn to, we are sharing the screen.
Okay, thank you, Avi, and good morning to everybody. I'm Maite Aguilar from India, and it's a pleasure to be here today in this transnational event with people from many different countries sharing their experiences. Following sessions are related to exchange of information from demonstrations, good practices, and research innovations across the project for thematic areas. As been said, you can write your questions and comments in the chat, and after each presentation, we will have some time for only 1 or 2 questions. And after all the presentation of each session, we will use Mentimeter to more interactions with the speaker. Any written comment in the chat and in the Mentimeter, please do it in English. To translate your questions and comments, you can use, for example, depel.com, and you can find the address, the website address, now writing in the chat. And okay, so let us start with fun demonstrations of selected project innovations. So please, next slide. Yeah, thank you. So the first one is environmental sustainability demo. presented by Ms. Karen Cousins from ILO. Karen, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Maite. So my name is Karen Goossens. Together with my colleague Rita Smet, we are in the lead of Work Package 6 on environmental sustainability. And the first demonstration of today I would like to share with you is a demonstration on the topic strategies to reduce enteric methane emission from beef cattle. So the innovation shown in this demonstration is the use of a fat-rich feed ingredient such as linseed to reduce the enteric emissions. And the participants in this demo were my colleague Reet, Elisabeth and Anne, two nutritionists from the Arvesta feed company, and most important, Ines Steunis, a Belgian beef cattle farmer. So the challenge we addressed in this demonstration was the reduction of enteric methane produced in the rumen by the methanogenic archaea. As methane is a very strong greenhouse gas, and each cow produces about 200 to 500 grams of methane a day, the reduction of methane emission can help to lower the carbon footprint of beef cattle production. A lot of different feeding strategies were identified with potential to reduce enteric emissions. For example, additives such as chemical additives, synthetic additives, or essential oils, but also feed ingredients such as linseed. The Euroclum feed from the company Arvesta is a concentrate feed for beef cattle that contains extruded linseed. And beside the feed is also GMO-free. It only contains EU ingredients, so no import soy from South America, for example. And it is also rich in omega-3, which is beneficial for the meat quality. We did a demonstration on the Finesse farm from Ines Steunis. The farm is located in the east of Brussels, so the Flemish part of Belgium. And Ines is a young farmer, but also an agricultural engineer, and she runs the farm together with her sister, mother, and uncle. She has a suckler cow farm with about 200 Belgian blue suckler cows. The bulls are slaughtered or young at a young age, 8 months for veal production, or at 18 months for beef production. Cows are usually slaughtered after 3 calvings, and the meat is sold to local butchers or at the own farm shop. Ines was intending to participate to this meeting today, but unfortunately she can only attend in the afternoon because she had another meeting before. So hopefully you can meet her this afternoon. And I will now try to share the video we made from this demonstration with you. I hope the sound will be okay, and if not, the video has subtitles in English, so I hope you can all follow the demonstration.
En dat is gestoeld op 3 concepten. Dus ten eerste wordt er alleen gewerkt met Europese grondstoffen die ook GMO-vrij zijn. Daarnaast streven we naar een feed-food verhouding van minstens 80/20, wat dus wil zeggen dat 80% van al het voeder dat de dieren eten eigenlijk niet consumeerbaar is voor de mens en dat we op die manier reststromen kunnen opwaarderen. En ten derde werken we met geëxtrudeerd lijnzaad, wat dan een effect heeft op de methaanproductie van de koei. Lijnzaad bevat veel onverzadigde vetten en deze hebben ook een effect op de methaanproductie van de koe. Enerzijds omdat ze de methaanproducerende bacteriën in de pens remmen en daarnaast worden ook een deel van die onverzadigde vetten omgezet in verzadigde vetten in de pens en daarvoor zijn waterstofatomen nodig. En zoals daarnet uitgelegd zorgt dit ervoor dat er minder waterstofatomen beschikbaar zijn voor de productie van methaan. Daarnaast is de kroketachtige structuur van geëxtrudeerd lijnzaad, bestaat dat ook deels uit zetmeel. En dat zorgt voor de productie van meer propionzuur in de pens, waar opnieuw waterstofatomen voor nodig zijn die dan niet beschikbaar zijn voor de productie van methaan. En als laatste bevat vol lijnzaad ook veel omega-3 vetzuren en deze zien we ook terug in het vlees van de koeien en op die manier hebben we ook een betere vleeskwaliteit.
Hoe hebben we de omschakeling naar Euroclim hier op het bedrijf van Estonia toegepast? We hebben eigenlijk de basis en de ruwvoeders behouden, zijnde maïs en perspulp. Maar in het krachtvoeder zijn we gegaan van een krachtvoeder uit het conventionele gamma naar een krachtvoeder volgens het Euroclim-concept. De afmest hier bij de koeien bestaat uit 3 fases. Een eerste fase is de voormest, een beginfase. Dat zien we als een aanpassingsfase voor de koeien. Het rantsoen bestaat dan eigenlijk uit 50% ruwvoeder en 50% krachtvoeder. Op die manier kan de pens eigenlijk rustig beginnen te wennen aan het krachtvoeder. De tweede fase, de eigenlijke afmest, wordt intenser. Dan neemt het aandeel krachtvoeder toe tot 65% en worden de dieren dus ook op een intensiever rantsoen gevoerd. En de laatste maand, de eindfase, is eigenlijk een rantsoen waar we nog intensiever gaan, nog meer op de afwerking gaan focussen. Gaan we naar 75% krachtvoederaandeel in die rantsoenen. En dat is de eindfase. De koeien staan hier ongeveer 4 à 5 maanden op een afmestrantsoen voor ze het bedrijf verlaten. Als we kijken naar de oorsprong van de grondstoffen, bekijken we eigenlijk de CO2-balans van het voeder. Zo heeft elke grondstof een waarde en op die manier kan je eigenlijk op basis van de samenstelling van het voeder een CO2-balans weergeven per voeder. Op basis van de kilograms droge stof die het dier opneemt, zien we dan ook wat de invloed is van haar voeding op die CO2-voetafdruk. Zo hebben bijvoorbeeld Braziliaanse sojabonen een CO2-voetafdruk die 8 keer hoger is dan Europese sojabonen. Dus op die manier kijken we eigenlijk na welke grondstoffen interessant zijn, Europese grondstoffen, om bij te dragen aan een verlaging van de CO2-voetafdruk. Wanneer we de invloed van Euroclim bekijken op het verlagen van de methaanemissie, hebben we dat ook op dit bedrijf bekeken. En zien we eigenlijk dat tijdens de ganse levensduur dat er een verlaging is van 3% van de CO2-voetafdruk door het gebruik van geëxtrudeerd lijnzaad tijdens de afmestfase hier. En bekijken we naar de invloed op de afmestfase alleen, dan behalen we een reductie op de CO2-voetafdruk van 19%.
Hallo, ik ben Ines, de boerin van Boerderij Fines. Boerderij Fines is een vleesveebedrijf met voornamelijk Belgisch witblauwe runderen. Naast onze vleesveetak hebben wij ook nog een akkerbouwtak, waar wij voornamelijk onze ruwvoeders voor de runderen telen. Zo hebben wij onder andere maïs, gras, suikerbieten en gerst en tarwe bijvoorbeeld. Op ons bedrijf fokken wij, dus wij hebben onze eigen kalfjes. Die we dan uiteindelijk voortdurend op het bedrijf houden en dan afmesten. De koeien mesten we af op een leeftijd van ongeveer 5-6 jaar en de stieren mesten we af als kalfsvlees op 8 maanden ofwel op 18 maanden. Dus wij gebruiken op het bedrijf het Euroclim-voeder omdat ik het belangrijk vind dat, ook al is het maar met een klein hulpmiddeltje, dat je wel een positieve invloed kunt hebben op de ecologische voetafdruk. Door met het Belgisch witblauwras te werken produceert je eigenlijk al een duurzamer stukje vlees, omdat zij heel veel vlees produceren ten opzichte van het voeder dat zij opnemen. En daar kunnen we dan nog een extra verbetering aan toevoegen door enkel te werken met de Europese grondstoffen en de methaanreductie die ontstaat door het Euroclim-voeder. Het is natuurlijk ook belangrijk dat de maatregelen die toegepast worden, dat het uiteindelijk wel zo is dat dat economisch verantwoord is. En daarnaast dan ook wel een groot effect geeft ten opzichte van de input dat je er als landbouwer zelf moet ingeven. Door gebruik te maken van het krachtvoeder, van het Euroclim-gamma, zijn mijn koeien nog altijd in de afmestfase perfect qua groei, zitten ze op de goede lijn. Geven ze uiteindelijk nog altijd een heel mooi gekleurd stukje vlees. Hun karkasgewichten liggen ook op dezelfde lijn als voordien. Dus daar is zeker niet op ingeboet. Alles behalve de afnemers, ik werk met slagers, die zijn ook zeer tevreden over het Euroclim-voeder. Dus op zich, op het einde van de rit, qua product wordt er niet echt iets veranderd. Maar tijdens de rit wordt er wel een serieuze reductie gerealiseerd voor de emissies, wat dan uiteindelijk ook wel iets moois is voor te vertellen via boerderij Finesse. Want boerderij Finesse, daar vertellen wij over het landbouwleven en over het reilen en zeilen hier op het bedrijf. En via Finesse verkopen wij ook ons eigen vlees. Dus wij leveren voornamelijk aan slagers en een ander deel, kleiner deel, verkopen wij ook hier op het bedrijf ons eigen vlees. Omdat ik wel van het standpunt ben van de mensen moeten leren van lokale producten te appreciëren en dan ook te genieten van de producten die de landbouwers in de streek allemaal kunnen aanbieden aan hun. De vleesveesector is wel moeilijk om daar oplossingen te vinden voor de ecologische voetafdruk te verlagen. Maar volgens mij is het ook zeer belangrijk dat we niet enkel kijken naar de koe, maar ook alles wat de koe opneemt. En zowel met de variëteiten van bijvoorbeeld de maïs, als het water dat gebruikt wordt, overal op die verschillende factoren ervoor gaan zorgen dat dat uiteindelijk geoptimaliseerd wordt, waardoor dat uw koe, die uiteindelijk op het einde van de rit het vlees gaat geven, heel duurzaam vlees kan geven en dat dat verantwoord vlees is ook.
So I hope you enjoyed this video, this demonstration, and you also got a nice impression of beef cattle farming in Belgium with the Belgian blue breed. Thank you.
Yeah, only remember that farmers do not receive any financial incentive to participate in these demonstrations and that Bovine does not have any commercial interests.
Okay, thank you, Jan. And so we can move to next demo presentation. Okay, thank you. And next presentation is Socioeconomic Resilience demo. It's presented by Magda Fontes from the University of Lisbon. Magda, the floor is yours.
So good morning to you all. It is a pleasure to be here and talk about the demonstration that we have undertaken in Portugal. This demo is included in the Socioeconomic Resilience thematic area and is on future and forward contracts, risk management tool. It is not my area of expertise, but I'll do my best. So we will give some feedback on how did it go in Portugal, main features of such a risk tool, and its major benefits and drawbacks. Within this last year, we undertook about 6 demos in Portugal, and the one on future and forward contracts took place on the 16th of July, and unfortunately it was online as the meeting we are having today. We had the possibility of listening to 2 very interesting presentations, one from Professor Pedro Vieira from the School of Economics and Management of the University of Lisbon, the same university where my faculty of veterinary medicine belongs to, and also from Tomás Machado, at the moment working with us at Bovine, and is doing his master thesis on future and forward contracts. These demos are normally organized by both Portuguese partners, FMV, my faculty, and the producers' organizations that we asked to be part of this bovine project in Portugal. These 2 presentations were really interesting and got the attention of the attendees. So, as I said, it took place in July due to COVID restrictions online, and it had about 40 attendees. And the main purpose of this demo was to make Portuguese farmers aware of this risk management tool. I think that we may say that the main result obtained was the fruitful discussion that arose, as well as the positive reaction from the participants. We perhaps can say that the most amazing thing about future and forward contracts is that today we actually know the future prices of cattle. More than that, we can fix the buying or selling prices. For example, today we can agree to sell our cattle in April 22 of about $138.4. And I should make or call for your attention that we should please keep in mind that this is about managing risk. It is not beating the market by bargaining more favorable prices. Managing risk is, in fact, about transforming a complex and random reality in something known and deterministic. It is not about avoiding losses. It is about avoiding surprises in the prices. In the chart, which represents a possible set of surprises in the price and respective probabilities of occurrence, we want the most extreme results, like these ones, to be as close as possible or to be the same. Therefore, we want a new Gauss curve A, like the one shown in green, with the two most extreme results to be as close as possible or, in fact, to be the same. Hence, we probably may say that we want to manage the risk to avoid an outcome that is different from what was expected. In a sector that is highly characterized by a huge degree of risk and uncertainty, these might make a difference. So, what we mean by forward contracts? We may say in simple terms that these are contracts where two parties at a given moment in time agree to do something at a future moment. And these parties establish three main things: the identity and quantity of the item to be negotiated, what to do when the contract reaches the end, and the price at which the transaction will occur at a future point in time. On the other hand, a future contract is a standardized contract created and traded on a stock market in which two parties agree that one party, the buyer, will buy the underlying asset at a later date at a price predetermined by both parties. And the daily recognition of gains and losses, and also the existence of a clearing house, make this product more safe in terms of default risk. Let us try to make this a bit more clear with an example. And let us say that an investor gets in as a buyer in a contract to buy 20 heads of cattle in February 2022 at a price of $126.5. And this will imply a total cost of $2,530. If this contract can take the form of a forward contract, let us say that the spot price in October is $130. Hence, on the day of the transaction, he buys 20 heads at $130, that is, at a total cost of $2,600. But as he has this contract, he will get from the counterpart the difference from the total cost in October and the total cost signed in the contract. That is to say, in this example, a difference of $70. Now let us say that the contract takes the form of a future contract. Now the daily change in the difference between the spot price and the agreed price is transferred on a daily basis, hence lowering the risk. Here, we just have a table with more technical details, which I should say that to be totally clarified, we would need the experts to join in and explain a bit more in detail. But from here, what I want to highlight is that these are contracts with less risk involved, as there are daily basis transfers, and also should be highlighted the fact that these contracts also require some financial expenses, as there is the need to pay for the services of the broker. And as I have told you before, Tomas, working with us at Bovine, is doing his master thesis on this theme. And so far from his literature review, we can say that main benefits linked to these contracts can mainly be the possibility of protect production from risks associated with market price volatility. It might allow also for some reallocation of risk associated with production, and also an improvement in production planning based on the behavior of future markets. It also has the benefit of an arbitrary negotiations on contract terms, mainly associated to forward contracts, and also the possibility of managing economic losses with greater criteria in critical times. On the other hand, it has some main obstacles, and among some we can mention the need to find a partner or a financial institution that mediates this type of contracts, and also sometimes the lack of time and the means to follow the future markets, and also some difficulty in understanding the charts or assessing information describing the reality of the markets. At last, but not the least, there might not be enough production scale to justify the application of future contracts. So, from the feature presented, and also mentioning that this is already a reality among producers and among different types of commodities, there is in fact a potential to use this type of contracts, but perhaps we can say that contracting futures can be like insuring our car. If we have an accident, the insurance covers the cost. But if we do not have an accident, we don't consider the insurance price as wasted money. And to conclude, I just like to give a quick look at how was the reaction of those attending this demo in Portugal last July. So the main aspects of this research innovation seen as beneficial to beef farmers were mainly the strong regulation and organization of the market, making the risk of default by the counterpart negligible. And it was also considered to be a type of contract very effective and safe in risk management. On the other hand, in terms of main obstacles predicted with the implementation of this research innovation in Portugal, it was mentioned the need to find an experienced financial intermediary to help operationalize this type of hedging instrument, and also the need to provide training to farmers so that they understand the specificities of this type of contracts and know how to access information about these products and markets. In terms of perceived additional costs or savings, this is a risk management tool that will fix a given price, as when compared with the spot price at the date of the deal, farmers may pay or may receive less or more than the current market price. And also there is the cost of managing these contracts. And if we ask if this was a tool recommended by attendees, well, we can say that there was a positive reaction of most participants. There seems to be a willingness to recommend this risk management tool, but there was also some concern shown related to the mediation of these contracts by financial institutions. So this is all for now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so then we can continue with next presentation, please. Yes, next is Animal Health and Welfare demo presented by Mr. Frank Tercer. Frank, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I want to present our demonstration here in Germany. It is named infrared thermography for diagnosis of lameness. And lameness is a very important theme in beef cattle. And so that was our second topic in the first year. The next slide, please. Okay, lameness can reduce productivity and profitability of in beef production. And there are several studies which have suggested that the measurement of temperature is useful for detecting lameness. It is there is a non-invasive technology, so you have no stress reaction if you imaging hooves, and you can detect subclinical signs and inflammation before this disease become evident. So the question of this demonstration was, how useful was this technology for beef cattle? Thank you. The next, yes. I want to refer to other projects which deals with thermography. So there is one in Belgium, Gesundheit, that is a project where they deal with health, hoof care and claw lesions in dairy, but also in beef cattle. And they want to use a thermal camera to develop an algorithm for interpreting the images, because you have only colors, and so this algorithm could help to give you an exact temperature. And there's also a project in Finland of the Savonia University, and they also use thermography for dairy health, for instance, to improve the tools for farmers, veterinarians, hoof trimmers. And they want to detect milk fever. Okay, the next slide, please. So what we have done in Germany, we visited, what I see is the video is not running. Okay. That's not so good. Okay, thank you. This is a video which we made on one farm in Germany, and I want that you have a look at the calves where claws are with higher color. So you can select calves if there is a sign or for inflammation. So what we have done, we used a professional camera that you see on the right-hand side. Yes, Karin was filming there one calf that was separated, and below that you see one photo which we made with our camera, but the farmer has an own system that you can see here, that is a device for a mobile phone, and we also take some photos with the small mobile phone. And altogether you have similar results. Yes, that was surprising to us. Okay, and then we had a second farm that is a photo of the middle. and there is the problem that the farmer could see, have not a free view to the hooves, because there is a problem of the installations. Okay, thank you. The next slide, please. Yes, our results were that the infrared thermography is a useful tool to diagnose lameness and to clarify suspicious cases. And one problem is that you must have a short distance to the animal. It is recommended to have a minimum of 2 meters distance to the animal, and the animal should stand on a flat floor, not on straw, that you have a free view to the hooves. And yes, maybe that you can use a fixation system, and it is also recommended that you use the second leg as a comparative object, that you can compare both hooves, as you see in the picture. Okay, the next slide, please. It was very interesting. The Belgian partner, Ilvo, also produced a video demonstration, and I think that will also shown in the break. And here on farm, hoof trimmer reported that they use the thermal imaging for detecting problems during hoof trimming, and how they to decide how deep they cut the claw. And yes, they want to develop the app. Thank you. The last slide. Yes, the last slide, please. It was very surprising to us, but the thermal camera is a universal tool for farmers, and our German farmer gives us some hints. He used his smartphone tool to check the post-heating of silage, for instance, and like shown here, he also checks the filling level of his biogas plant. And secondly, we posted a research innovation that thermal camera also can be used for detection of respiration rates. And at least we want to refer to the fact sheet of the Savonia University for detecting of milk fever. Okay, thank you very much. If there are questions, please do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ram. I think there are some questions in the chat.
Cornell asks, which camera did you use for this? I think that for filming the bulls, and how much does it cost? Also,
okay. Professional cameras are very expensive. I think the cost about 10,000 euro.
Okay.
But if you use, can you go back to the mobile device? Yes, this is a version that have cost about 400 euro. Yes.
Okay. And
yes,
also,
this one. Yes.
Also, they ask which application was used. If you could name
it. We use both. Yes. In this demonstration to compare the results. And the farmer used it as reported for his biogas plant and for the silage too. Yeah.
Okay, and to finish, he also asked, at what temperature could you conclude that there is an inflammation?
I don't understand.
Yeah, at what temperature could you conclude that there is an inflammation?
The temperature measurement we didn't because we compared both hooves. And if you see that one is of higher temperature, then it is recommended to make a detailed investigation. Yes, that you have a detailed look to the animal. It is what we done is to get an overview. Yes, is there a problem? And if you have a look at the picture at the right-hand side, so he lifted his leg. You see that? Yes. And this is one indicator. And with the camera, you have a second indicator that there is a problem. Yeah.
Okay, and there is a new question. If you find the mobile camera as accurate as the expensive standalone device?
No. The camera, yes, we use it. It is sometimes a problem that the animal turns around and is walking, but you can make your pictures. It's no problem in such a situation. Well.
Okay, thank you, Frank.
Okay.
As better we continue with next presentation, there will be then afterwards a Mentimeter, and we can continue those discussions.
Okay.
I also recommend you to please use the chat now, raise your hands to comment, to make your comments. Thank you. Next presentation is production efficiency and quality demo presented by Jose Pais and Marcin Nalensik. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. This demonstration was taken this year as an objective for Bovine, and is entitled as Automated Individual Data for Feed Efficiency Improvement in Beef Cattle. Well, this demo is related with two thematic areas that Maeve mentioned before in her presentation. It's related with production efficiency and environmental sustainability. Next slide, please. Well, I will start the presentation with a small video, and but first, this presentation was taken in our performance testing center for Martelenga breed at Correios e Malhas farm in Évora on the 21st of May of this year. Well, we are going to see a 1.5 minute video, I think. That is a small part of the full video that is available in the Bovine YouTube channel in the link below. So I'll ask, I don't know, is Mate or Airi to click on the picture, not in the link, please. No, please, in the picture, okay? Yeah, there. Well, the link is for our YouTube channel to see the small video. I think it doesn't work, but anyway, if it doesn't work, we can move on to the next slide, please.
One moment. I think you should have somebody sharing the video.
Okay. Well, this video has, well, yeah, we are now seeing the video. Okay, Well, let's see it and then I'll go on.
O que é esta a ingestão alimentar residual? Em termos simples, é isto. Se eu tenho dois animais que pesam o mesmo e que ganham o mesmo peso, será que eles têm a mesma eficiência? Que eles consomem exatamente o mesmo alimento? A mesma quantidade de alimento? Este equipamento que vocês aqui estão a ver, estão os comedores. Os comedores estão assentes em balanças. Portanto, vêm aqui os pés onde os comedores, inclusivamente, podem bascular. Estão assentes em balança e aqui podem ver, nestes quadros, o peso que está dentro do comedor. Os comedores têm um sensor. Como vêem, todos os animais têm uma coleira com um transponder. Portanto, quando o animal coloca a cabeça no comedor, imediatamente é lido qual o animal, identifica o animal que começa a consumir alimento. Portanto, o animal consome o alimento, quando sai, é lido que ele deixou o alimento e o computador registra quanto é que ele consumiu. Portanto, isto permite-nos ter uma medição rigorosa do que o animal consumiu.
Okay, let's get back to the presentation, please. The second slide, please. The previous one. Okay. As you see, this is a small part of the full video, and I really recommend everyone interested in this subject to see the entire video in our YouTube Bovine channel. Next slide, please. Well, these are some images of our performance test center. We have 9 individual troughs from Brick Oco Farm, a Dutch company, in 3 cattle pens. Each trough has a scale, as you saw in the video, and the total daily feed intake, and they control the total daily feed intake for each animal. At the moment, we are working also with Aberdeen Angus Portugal and the Limousin Breeders Association in Portugal, and these 3 breeds, cattle breeds, are using this equipment. Next slide, please. Well, each trough are filled daily with total mixed ration with Unifeed. Animals have electronic identification with a collar, and each animal is weighed every 3 weeks during the performance test. The data that we can get is used to calculate the residual feed intake, and the last sentence there, residual feed intake identifies more efficient animals. We are going to see how. On the bottom right, you can see an example of the output data that we have from the software that control the system. Next slide, please. Well, now the important question about this demonstration. What does residual feed intake mean? Well, if you have 2 similar animals, as that image on the right is trying to explain, you have there 2 similar heifers from a Flanga breed, and if we have 2 similar animals with the same average daily gain, the same age, and the same weight, the research shown us that they have different residual feed intake. And what does this mean? This means that more efficient animal eat less than others not so efficient. So when we are selecting animals for this trait, we look for animals with negative values for RFE. What are the impacts for most efficient animals for residual feed intake? Well, it has high economic values for the farmer, because animals that eat less and produce the same as others, it means less costs and more money for the farmer. And research also shown us that animals with better feed intake, more efficient animals, also have lower emissions of methane. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a graphic with the data from our first performance testing center. For our performance test with the first group of Bertlinga young bulls. This graph has three kind of data. The orange line is for average daily gain. I'm sorry, but the graphic is in Portuguese. I wasn't able to change the legend, but you can see the orange line is for average daily gain, and the purple line with dots is for feed conversion ratio, and the blue columns is for residual feed intake. On the bottom of the graphic, you have each animal with the number of color, and please press enter. Okay, and we can see here in this graphic, we can understand that there is no connection, no correlation between RFE, residual feed intake, and feed conversion ratio. And why are we talking about this? Because feed conversion ratio was the first measure used to calculate and to estimate and to know about feed efficiency. And you can see here that we have in the first green box, we have the animals number 7, 1, 14, and 13. They have high residual feed intake because the columns are above the 0 line, and also high feed conversion ratio. Next, enter, please. And here you can see other animals that are different from the first I mentioned. They have good feed conversion ratio, but they have positive residual feed intake. And next, please, next, enter. And here we have the opposite. Animals with good feed efficiency, with the blue column below 0, and high feed conversion ratio. So I would like to ask at present, if with this information, what would be the interesting animals to select for both indexes, for feed conversion ratio and feed intake? Anyone wants to answer? Probably not. Of course, the animals interesting to select are the ones between the boxes on the left, because those animals have good feed efficiency, blue columns below 0, and good feed conversion ratio. Okay, next slide, please.
Okay, we have and try to finish up in 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I think I have one more slide only. 3 lessons to learn about this demonstration. The difference between feed intake values between animals can be greater than it was expected. A young bull with good average daily gain may not be the most efficient. And this difference in feed efficiency values can be important factor in production costs and environmental impact. Please visit our Knowledge Hub. And now I pass the floor to Martin.
We can move to the Mentimeter then. Okay. Okay, the first slide is where are you from? If you would like to. Is which type of actor are you? Thanks for information of demonstration. Next slide, please, Isabel. The first question is, do you think you could apply these innovations, these 4 innovations you've seen in your context? Yes, easily, yes. Are that something just to explore more or not really? Yes, what you find most interesting from these demonstrations, you can here freely write your comments in English, please. Thank you very much. We have a few minutes. Maybe we can read some comments from the chat that were done and give the opportunity to Mercy or one from other speakers.
Yeah, there were some questions to the previous presentation. They asked how are the animals weighed. Also, they asked to explain the composition of the daily ration. I don't know if Jose can answer this question, please.
Yes, well, the animals are weighed regularly in 21 days interval during the performance test. Well, we have electronic scale that is connected by Bluetooth to the Android device, and the device connected to the scale, and we register the weight. The second question was about the feed.
Yeah, about the composition of the.
Well, the composition of the feed. We have the support of animal nutrition and the feeding company that provide us the correct formula for the feed, the ration mixed in our unit feed. And the composition is, at this time, composition is corn silage and concentrate. Well, because in that performance test center farm, we have center people to irrigate the crops and to produce food for the animals. And at this time, we have corn silage, and of course, the concentrate is to complete the nutritional profile that we want for the animals.
Thank you for that. Other questions?
Yeah, well, if there is time, there is another question. They ask how many animals can one feeder feed per day?
Well, it depends on the age, the animals, and how much they eat per day. But between 4 and 6 animals for Murtlanga cattle breed. For instance, with other breeds that we are working between 4 or 5 animals each unit.
We can continue. Thank you all for participating in Mentimeter. Keep it open, as we will still be submitting next sessions. Thanks to all the speakers, and let's continue with next session of exchange of good practice and research innovations, in this case related to environmental sustainability. Can we see the presentation, please? Okay, first is environmental sustainability good practice presented by Paolo and Kevin Kinsella. The first one is presented by Paolo. Next slide, please. This is the network manager of Spain, and he's here. So, Paolo, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Maite. Good morning, everybody. I will now present the payment for sustainable farm system and our region, Navarra, in Spain. This good practice is into our environmental sustainability area, a topic rewards schemes for big farmers meeting environmental deliverable goals. The Rural Development Program of Navarra 2014-2020 includes measures that promote sustainable livestock, means on grazing and extensification. This aid is grazing and extensification to farms in Navarra which base their livestock feed on the use of forest areas by grazing. This agri-environmental measure is based on the application of premiums per hectare to compensate for the increase in cost and provide an incentive for livestock farmers to introduce the variable of environmental sustainability into their management models by means of extensive grazing. The basic objective is to maintain sustainable livestock production that contributes to the respect and conservation of biological diversity in pastures. This good practice implemented a farm where cattle graze in extensive land. The cattle breeds eligible to this aid are autochthonous and or endangered breeds. These are farms where a large part of the feed comes from natural grazing resources, and in winter they are supplementing mainly with their own fodder. The most important outcome benefits is to receive an income support for feed cattle farmers who manage their animals in more sustainable system and provide positive externalities to the environment. It seeks a balance between national, regional, public policies and the European trend. Next slide, please. In this table, you can see the numbers of farm surface and bovine livestock units that received this aid during the last 5 years. This program finalized in 2020, but it is currently continuing. Thank you for your attention, and you can see this good practice in the Bovine Knowledge Hub.
Thank you very much, Paola. Maybe we can continue with next good practice presented by Kevin Kinsella from Ireland. Kevin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and I hope you can hear me loud and clear. So I'd like to welcome everybody again to this presentation of good practice from Ireland. It's called the Teagasc Signpost program, and it is available on our Bovine Knowledge Hub, and you can check out lots more details on it if you go in and register on the Bovine Knowledge Hub. So first of all, Teagasc is the Irish Agricultural and Food Development Authority, and it's involved in research, advisory, training and education in Ireland. It's a semi-state organisation, and they've introduced a new signpost programme, which involves all of the stakeholders from an Irish perspective to try and drive a campaign to lead climate change by farmers in Ireland. So, as most of you are probably aware, farming and agriculture is very important in Ireland. It's one of the biggest sectors that we have, but it also accounts for a little over 1/3 of our greenhouse gas emissions. So we have lots of challenges from an agriculture and farming perspective in terms of climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, and farmers very much want to be part of the solution there as opposed to being the problem. And against that background, Teagasc have come up with a very interesting signpost program to try and lead this campaign to make farming more sustainable in terms of climate change. There's 2 key elements to the program. One is the Teagasc are setting up about 150 to 160 demonstration farms across the country, where they're going to drive this climate change at farm level and show farmers how we can move towards a more sustainable farming operations in terms of climate change. And the second element of the signpost program then is a very intensive advisory campaign that all of the Teagasc advisors will be undertaking with all of their clients and others across the country. So there's a number of key objectives to the program. The first one obviously is to move to more sustainable farming to reduce agricultural emissions, particularly to reduce ammonia emissions. And Teagasc have set targets in this regard, so they're quite specific in terms of the targets that are being set here. Some of them are moving with some of the legislation that has been introduced in the Parliament in Ireland. They also have set a clear objective here of improving water quality and biodiversity. And of course, with this comes an analysis and a reduction in costs on farms, and hopefully an increase in margins and an increase in profit. So they're all interlinked in terms of economic sustainability with environmental sustainability. But could I have the next slide, please? So in terms of the good practice and its focus on carbon sequestration on the farms, they want to examine and measure this on the demonstration farms. And there's two specific areas that they're going to look very closely at in terms of carbon on these demonstration farms. One is undertaking deep soil sampling and establishing a baseline on the level of carbon in the soils and monitoring this change then over a number of years. And the second thing that's very exciting in terms of how they're going to measure this carbon in terms of other areas on the farm, they're going to use what we call carbon flux towers. And they're going to try and see and analyze and measure what the carbon exchange is at the ecosystem levels on the farm in terms of the hedgerows, the forestries, and the other areas that some sequestration might be taking place. So the purpose of all this is to try and establish the data, both in terms of emissions, but also the financial data that goes with that as well. So there'll be a lot of data gathering on these demonstration farms and data analysis. Ultimately, to try and establish what the carbon data is on these farms, so that that can be taken into account then by the Environmental Protection Agency in terms of the Irish National Greenhouse Gas Inventory. So each year, the EPA, or the Environmental Protection Agency, would set out what the emissions and the carbon situation is in the various sectors. So in terms of the changes that we would expect to see happening on farms around this program is, we're going to see some farmers taking up more tree planting. And we also see some farmers adopting the ways and means that they would look at how they trim their hedges, and they're doing side trimming rather than cutting back their hedges very, very severely. And in an Irish context, that's quite significant because we have a low level of forestry in Ireland. It's about 11%. And we want to see that increased. And there are various incentives being put in place now to try to get farmers under the CAP ecosystems, to try to get farmers doing small amount of planting on their farm. And the second thing is, we do have a very significant hedgerow in Ireland, in terms of, we probably have the third largest area of hedgerows in the EU at about 450,000 hectares. So how we manage those hedgerows, particularly from a biodiversity perspective, is very important. So ultimately, this good practice is about environmental sustainability. It's about examining and measuring and see where we're moving on carbon over a number of years. That's very important for farmers. And secondly, it's about reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. It's about increasing our water quality and increasing our biodiversity. So thank you very much for your attention. And again, as I said earlier, all the details in relation to this good practice is available on our Bovine Knowledge Hub. And if you click in on that, you can get the full details. And we also have some interesting videos in respect of this good practice on the Bovine Knowledge Hub. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I don't know if there are any questions in the chat.
No, there are not any questions.
So we can move on with next presentations, in this case, research innovations from environmental sustainability. Karen, Houston.
Yes, thank you, Maite. So the first innovation I would like to present in the work package Environmental Sustainability is on the topic rewarding systems for environmental deliverables. And it is an example of France in which the consumer pays for environmental good practices by the farmer. So it was presented in our technical working group by Jocelyn from IDEL, and I indicated his contact details here on the slide in case you have very specific questions. The high environmental value label, or in French, Haute Valeur Environnementale, is the highest label of a certification for farms from the French Agriculture Ministry. So the label to the products sets it apart from other not certified products. And specific communication and promotion is made for products with this label. So by collective catering, farmers can also have access to new markets that are not accessible for products without this label. And on the 1st of January, France had more than 14,000 certified farms with this label. And this is about 2.3% of the French surface. So the high environmental value label is a mark of agroecology for all territories and all agricultural production. So it's not specific for beef production. And it certifies areas and farms that work on 4 thematic areas. First, conservation of biodiversity. Second, water resource management, fertilization management, and plant and crop protection strategies. And to be certified, a farmer needs a minimum of 10 points in each environmental compartment, so for each of these criteria. And these points are obtained by using different criteria with results objective, advantages for livestock systems, but also points of attention. And the certification is conducted on the farm by a third party, so by a certificator such as a farming advising company. So the graph here on this slide is maybe not easy to read, but it shows the exponential growth of the number of certified farms in France in the last 10 years. And this rise illustrates the commitment of a growing number of farmers in all sectors combined. So here you see the number of farms from the different sectors. For example, the wine producers are very well represented, but when we look at the animal sector, the beef producers are also very well represented. And it confirms the enthusiasm for the system and the will of farmers to take environmental measures. France had set the objective in its biodiversity plan to have 15,000 certified farms in 2022, and it seems that its objective will be reached more than 1 year in advance. Of course, there are also economic trade-offs that hold both risks and benefits for the farmers. First, there is the risk that land productivity and yield can decrease because, for example, less pesticides can be used and less manure or fertilizer can be used. On the other hand, products with this label are sold at a higher price on the market, so the consumer pays more for products with this label. Second, farmers also receive subsidies during the conversion period and an extra compensation from the COVID recovery plan. And on YouTube, you can find the witness of this French beef cattle farmer producing for the label. I don't know if there are specific questions for this part, for this innovation.
There are no questions in the chat, I think, no?
Yeah, there is one. Yeah, there is one question about the cost of certification.
I have, in fact, no idea if there is a cost. I think farmers have to register them, and I think they will pay for the cost for the certification, but I don't know how high it is. Maybe somebody from France who is more familiar with the label can answer this question. I don't know if somebody from IDEL is in the audience.
Hello, I'm Florian Prost from the MFB. I answered in the text, but maybe, yes, I work on the HVE. And yes, it has a cost about 1,000 euro for the farmer, and it's paid by the farmer, but there are some areas in France that spend a bit of money for the farmers instead.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there are no more questions, so Karen, you can continue with the next presentation.
Okay, then I go to the next innovation. It is on the topic carbon sequestration, and the innovation is called holistic management. Holistic management was developed by Alan Savory, and it is in fact a decision-making framework, and decisions are made by focusing on the relationship between resources, people, and financial outcomes. Holistic management does not only focus on livestock and grasslands, but it takes into account the whole ecosystem function, and carbon sequestration is one aspect of this ecosystem. So how can we describe holistic management? In fact, it is a system for rotational, high intensity, but during short period grazing. Animals do not graze more than a few days in the same area, and then this area is can be recovered for longer periods. The land is exposed to intense grazing pressure and large addition of manure and intense trampling during short periods, but after that the grassland can recover. Of course, you need a large number of small paddocks that are grazed successively, like here in the graph is presented. So instead of having all animals access to the whole pasture, you divide the grassland into different paddocks, small paddocks, and a high number of animals is grazing on a short part or on a small part of the paddocks, and then they move around the different paddocks. Positive consequences are reduction in chemical fertilizer use, a re-evolution from intensive grassland to native multi-species pastures, and a better recycling of the soil nutrients. Savory made some controversial claims, including that holistic management can reduce atmospheric carbon dioxide levels to pre-industrial levels in a few decades. And these claims were based on the assumption that 2.5 tons of carbon can be sequestrated per hectare and per year on a surface corresponding to 1/3 of the world. And this continuously for almost 40 years. But in 2016, Nordberg published this study, and it is a critical review on holistic management. And she concluded that by improved grazing management, like holistic management, one can store on average approximately 0.35 tons of CO2, of carbon per hectare per year. So this is in fact 7 times lower than the rate that was proposed by Savory. So the claim was not entirely supported by the scientific community. And with regards to carbon sequestration, holistic management is comparable to improved grazing management, but of course better than excessive grazing with high stocking rates. This you can see here in the graph. Here we have holistic grazing, and is the carbon storage or the organic soil, the soil organic matter content in percentage in function of the depth. And we see that holistic grazing is comparable to light continuous grazing, but has higher organic matter content in the soil than heavy continuous grazing. When we look at the whole picture, holistic management has different effects on different aspects. For example, on the socioeconomic resilience, there is a potentially beneficial effect for the farm profitability and net economic return. There can be an increase in both forage and animal productivity and a higher plant biomass and plant biomass quality. This was also in line what was found for production efficiency. There was an increased animal productivity and more animals per farm. Also on the animal health and welfare, there were positive signs with less calf mortality, healthier animals, and lower infectious pressure on the pastures, so fewer parasites. And in the UK, holistic management led to mitigation of the BSE impact. Then on the environmental sustainability, there is a better soil carbon return and maintenance in the soil. There was improvement of the soil health, so determined by the microbial life in the soil. There was a better adaptation to climate change and periods of drought. There was less nutrient leaching to the surface water and a better water management. So this about the innovation on holistic management. I don't know if there are any questions on this topic.
Well, there was a question in the chat that is already answered. They asked about the criteria for the certification. If it is the same in the different sectors, and Florian said that the criteria is generally the same, except for a few elements that could vary. For example, if the farm has no irrigation, there are some indicators that won't be taken into account. But also he added that there is ongoing work to change some indicators to adapt it to the ruminant sector.
Okay. So now we can move again to the Mentimeter. So thank you, Karen.
Yeah, I'll stop my screen. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, first question is, did you find the presented solution useful for your context? Yes, somehow, or no? So what did you find most interesting from the presented solutions? Here you can write there is a raise hand, please.
Ok, d'accord, merci. Oui, en tant que président des producteurs de viande européens, je souhaitais d'abord vous féliciter pour la remarquable organisation et dans les conditions extrêmement difficiles que l'on connaît la période de Covid, la période sanitaire. Quelques remarques. D'abord, les présentations sont très intéressantes parce qu'elles viennent de plusieurs pays. Elles se croisent toutes, et je pense que c'est bien, sur la notion de durabilité. Ça devient une urgence pour le secteur élevage, le secteur ruminant en général en Europe, puisque vous savez que nous sommes la cible de beaucoup d'attaques en Europe. Et la finalité de ces attaques, bien entendu, étant de faire baisser la consommation de produits carnés, aussi bien laitiers que viande. Néanmoins, dans les difficultés que l'on va rencontrer pour l'avenir, et je souhaite alerter sur ce point-là, les recherches qui sont effectuées par nos différents instituts en Europe sont très importantes et très efficaces, mais je suis inquiet sur un point fondamental. On va peut-être y revenir cet après-midi. Vous avez d'un côté la PAC qui va se mettre en place, la PAC pour le 1er janvier 2023, avec des injonctions qui vont venir de l'Europe, ainsi que des États membres dans les plans stratégiques. Et puis, de l'autre côté, vous avez le travail formidable que vous conduisez aujourd'hui sur la durabilité des systèmes d'élevage. Et à un moment donné, tout ça va se jouer sur la vulgarisation. Et je pense que c'est un sujet, moi je vous invite à la réflexion dans chacun de votre pays. On est avant tout dans une sphère scientifique, sphère d'élite qui conduisent cette réflexion, et on a besoin de gens comme vous pour conduire cette réflexion. Mais lorsqu'il va falloir vulgariser tout cela auprès des éleveurs, je préfère vous le dire aujourd'hui, nous n'avons aucun ingénieur, aucun technicien de terrain formé, à l'heure où je parle, qui seront capables d'aller expliquer ces enjeux-là auprès des éleveurs européens. Donc, il faut faire très attention entre la recherche appliquée comme vous le faites, et vous avez raison, parce que c'est à partir de vous que l'on construit. Il va falloir se soucier très vite du discours qui va être tenu auprès des éleveurs européens, jusque dans l'ensemble des fermes d'élevage en Europe. Et je pense qu'on est un petit peu dans une course contre la montre, entre d'un côté ce qui va arriver dans des injonctions de la PAC, et de l'autre côté, le travail que vous conduisez, qui me semble beaucoup plus sage, beaucoup plus important dans le fonctionnement futur des exploitations. Donc, je souhaitais soulever cette alerte de la vulgarisation de tout cela dans les fermes européennes.
Thank you very much for your comments and thoughts. It's very I'm really interesting and can contribute to the project. So, any comments at the chat? Or...
Yeah, well, there is a comment for Maeve that she said that we are very blessed to have Jan-Pierre in this journey, and she appreciates his contribution. And she says that we will have an interactive session this afternoon.
Sorry, maybe
yeah.
Maeve can
Yeah.
speak directly.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, I think we're very much appreciative of Mr. Fleury's interjection and his appreciation of the project, and we know that he has been very much involved in following the project and supporting the project as well. So he alluded to a session that we're going to have this afternoon, and unfortunately, because we are going to have it in breakout rooms, we will not be able to do the simultaneous translation, but the idea is that we try to understand a little bit more what is going on at policy level in terms of defining a sustainable beef, and with a view to really determining as clearly as possible how bovine can contribute to that. We very much recognise the challenges that are involved that have been identified by Mr. Fleury, and I think one of the strengths of bovine is that we have so many people, so many very, very intelligent, bright people, from farmers, researchers, advisors, representative bodies, all coming together, and the more we can share and exchange this information and knowledge and work towards the key targets that include policymakers. So while Bovine wants to focus on bringing research and innovation at farm level, we recognise that happens in a context, and that policy supports may be required for these to happen in practice. So that is part of the focus of this afternoon's session. So thank you very much, Mr. Fleury, for your interjection, and we hope that as many of you as possible can participate this afternoon. But as I say, regretfully, because we will have breakout rooms, we can't facilitate the simultaneous translation. It would just, I think, be beyond our technical capabilities and our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Maeve. Thank you all. I don't know, I think that we can now move to the break. And you told me that in the break they are going to play the video of the Prime Minister of Estonia. Thank you all for your participation, and see you in a few minutes with the next sessions of good practices and research innovations on socioeconomic resilience and on animal health and warfare. Thank you. Amy, when you want to speak.
Well, once again, I would like to welcome everyone here at this meeting. Good morning again. And I'll be presenting here on behalf of our producers group, ProMERT, a good practice entitled for European Union quality schemes. This good practice is related to the socioeconomic resilience area from bovine, and the topic is that one that is described below: initiatives to improve beef image and to break with the current trend of consumption decline. Next slide, please. Well, the main quality levels for established by EU for quality schemes are these three here. You can see on the left side the protect designation of origin, PDO, the protected geographical indication, PGI, and the EU organic logo. This is the second logo for this type of production. The first one was different and much more like the other two. Well, what are these quality labels? They are related to systems that have something specific in their production. For instance, something related to the way they are produced, the raw materials they use, or something connected with culture or social factors. Next slide, please. Well, I bring here for this good practice the example of Muttlanga PDO beef by using this kind of labels. In 1994, the PDO label for the Muttlanga beef was approved by the European Union, and as we all know and remember, in the early 90s, there was a huge problem on the beef cattle production in Europe. And it was related with BSE. And in Portugal, and I think in all other places around Europe, beef consumption dropped drastically. And sometimes it became really residual. So this happened at the same time that we were starting our PDO beef labeling production, and with the story behind the label, the production system, and so on, we had an excellent response for the consumer and excellent acceptance for this type of product. Of course, the problems at the beginning helped us to start and sell this kind of product with this label. But as the time go on, and for almost 30 years, this PDO label reveals to be a really valuable asset for us, because the problems nowadays are different, of course, but this has been a really good tool, so our producers group can sell the meat and add some interesting value to it for the farmer. Next slide, please. Well, this is just an image to show how our label evolved from 1994 until now. The first label on the top left is the first one we used. Then after along the years, the other ones, and those two on the bottom are the actual labels. Next slide, please. Well, this is the last slide, and this is the web page for European Union European quality schemes. With the link above. This is just to remark that these kind of labels are not exclusive for the beef production. They are also used for other kind of products for food consumption, wine and spirits, cheese, whatever, fruit, and so on. And this slide, this link, if you want, you can use it and explore a little bit more to understand how does it work and the relationship between products and these labels. Thank you. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jose. I don't know if there are any questions.
There aren't any questions.
Okay, then, so we can continue with next presentation. Next slide, please. Thank you. It's from Belgian Good Practice, Dirk Adernat. Very sure.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the problems in Belgium is the use of water, and I will say something about disinfection of the rainwater by UV. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the problem in Belgium that a lot of water is used on our beef farms. The liters you need for an animal, it's based on the temperature outside. And you see when temperature is going higher, the cow, an animal needs more liters water per kilogram dry matter she takes in. Normally you can say that an animal needs 4.5 liters per kilogram dry matter. So on a farm of 200 cows, animals, we need about 6,000 liters a day. And on that gives a lot of water each year. And we need water for drinking water for the animals, for the preparation of the milk powder, because in Belgium a lot of the calves have milk powder. Also for cleaning stables, the machines and the equipment. And in our country, pumping up groundwater is becoming difficult to have a permission, to have a license. And tap water is very expensive, so that's also not a solution for most of the farms. Rainwater, we have enough of it, mostly in winter. And collecting rainwater is then a solution. But the problem is that the quality of the rainwater. So next slide, please. On most farms, the collection of rainwater is an obligation. And there are, and to use this water as drinking water, the quality must be the standards for animals for drinking water. And on the left side, you see what is important. You can analyze the water. That's very, very important, the quality of the water. And you need a water analysis. I would say that is not often done, but you should have, the farmers should do it more. And after water analysis, you know what the quality, if the quality is sufficient. And in rainwater, you have something which is better than because you have less chemical elements in the rainwater. When you have groundwater, and iron can be two different difficult chemical elements in the water, and then you have to handle them separately. So the chemical elements, iron and nitrate, you have a solution for that. And afterwards, you can, especially when you have rainwater collected, you have to use a UV filter. So the water can be disinfected, and so it's also bacterial okay, and so give it to the cattle. Sometimes people have also add a doses of peroxide to have the good quality. Of course, it is important that the bacterial quality is okay, the chemical quality is okay, and normally you have an expert company for make such an installation. Okay, and next slide. So such a UV disinfection system, it comes also always on the end of the rainwater when it's pumped up and you have already cleaned it. Then you have a UV disinfection system. Such a system has a cost of about 1,000 or 1,500 euros for a farm of 200 animals, and you need what you see on the top of it. It's the UV filter, and there you need almost every year a new lamp, an UV lamp, and that the cost of that is about 150 euros, and you need normally every year you need a new UV lamp on it from such a cost of 150 euros. Okay, so the next slide. Yeah, so there are a few companies in our country who give advice. Inagro has a good one. Also, you see on different websites where you can see more information, and a lot of commercial firms have a good advice to use to how you have to use such equipment, and how you can rainwater using for drinking water for animals. It's not also always direct the good quality, and you have to know that bacterial quality is also important, and UV filtration or UV equipment is a good thing to do that. That was my good practice from Belgium, I think.
Thank you, Dirk. We don't have any question in the chat, so we will continue with Chris de Roost from CRPA, the Work Package Leader on Socioeconomic Resilience, and he will explain 2 research innovations.
Yes, Damiana, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I will present this presentation on the research innovations on socioeconomic resilience related to 2 topics which have been chosen by the farmers as priority topics of this year. Please, the next slide, please. This these topics are, first of all, to how to improve the beef image on the market, to promote consumption, and at least to put the brake on the decline of the consumption of beef in Europe. The farmers in Europe have asked to dig in this on this topic to see what kind of initiatives can be taken, being taken to promote the beef image on the market. And together with the members of the research working group, we have collected a series of innovative initiatives. And they are all, well, the most important problem of this topic is, of course, related to the fact that in Europe, beef consumption is declining, and there are forecasts until 2030 that it will decline further, perhaps below 10 kilos of beef per capita. There is also a tendency to a shift from high quality beef to ground beef, to hamburgers, let's say, instead of high quality beef. And then this first topic was also inspired by the fact that beef is under attack by many organizations, sometimes in the right way, sometimes not. And of course, one of the things, for example, which pops up are the reports of the World Health Organization on excessive consumption of beef, for example, or the reports of the FAO on how beef cattle contributes to CO2 emissions, which have already been discussed also this morning. What kind of initiatives can be done to reduce the CO2 emissions? And also water use is one of the things which are being used as an argument to be against the consumption of beef, but forgetting the fact that a lot of this water use is being recycled again and is not consumed directly by all these beef cattle. But that's the reason why we have analyzed several initiatives, and they are all on the Bovine Knowledge Hub, where you can see them. What kind of initiative have been looked for. Also the good practice, which Jose Pais already mentioned, belongs to this topic. And then the second topic is about efficient housing systems to reduce water use, like Dirk already illustrated, but also to improve labor productivity, to improve energy efficiency of the housing systems. And that's the second topic of socioeconomic resilience this year, has been the topic of this year. So please, the next slide. I would like to illustrate, first of all, the initiative related to improving the beef image on the market. This initiative is called Sustainable Meat Project. This is one of the 11 initiatives which have been collected in the working group and has obtained the highest ranking among the working group in terms of its effectiveness and its quality to tackle the problem of the beef image on the market. It starts to state that this initiative, that meat is a sustainability meat, is a very complex and debated subject, and I presume also this afternoon we'll discuss that in the round table. But the Sustainable Meat Project identifies key issues, the state of knowledge, and the latest trends in scientific and technical guidelines to improve the beef image on the market. Beef, but also other meats, but beef primarily. And to show that production and consumption of meat can also be sustainable, both for health and for the environment. So that it's not only negative, but there are also very, very positive and aspects related to the consumption of meat in general and to beef in particular. Please, the next one. Next slide, please. Well, this Sustainable Meats Project, now I'm going more into the detail what's the project about. It started already in 2012 by a group of operators in the livestock sector, companies and associations in the livestock sector in Italy. This organization, Sustainable Meats, has been organized to support scientific studies that, in the logic of pre-competitive transparency, show objective evidence of the advantages of beef production for society, which is the main objective of this project. And it is being promoted by three main organizations of slaughterhouses and farmers, meat farmers, Assocarni, Assica, and Unitalia. And they have altogether promoted a website, which is in Italian, carnisostenibili.it, but also in English, www.thesustainablemeat.com website, where you can find all the information and initiatives this Sustainable Meat Project is promoting. And also at EU level, the Sustainable Meat Project is quite active to collaborate with other organizations in Europe about how to improve the beef image on the market. Please, yes. The next slide. Here I show you just two screenshots of this website of Carni Sostenibili, which is find in the left upper side. Carni Sustainability, which stands for sustainable meat, of course. Here we just to show you, for example, in the top of this website, you see the subjects on which this website is informing the people who are looking at this website about what meat, where positive aspects of meats are put into evidence by means of scientific studies, by reports, which are all produced by scientists related to the beef and to the meat chain in Europe and in Italy, not only in Italy, of course. And the subjects are health and nutrition, environmental sustainability, food safety and security, animal welfare, economic waste, and evolution and culture. This is just to show one of the things which is on the latest news, for example, which is indicating vegan diets can cause deficiencies and eating disorders in adolescents, for example, and then you click on it and get more information about it. Another issue which is just recently put on the website also in November this year, lab growing meat is less sustainable than you think. And the UN, for example, is emphasizing that meat-free diets may lead also to malnutrition. So please have a look at this website. You will find more information about what this sustainable meat project is about. Please, the next one, next slide. Here you see to which extent also Tkani Sustainably, together with all other European organizations which are related to the meat chain in Europe, are together working to influence the CAP. For example, this one is farm to fork after a year, still no impact assessment. So here, this part of the website is dedicated to the debate on the farm to fork strategy, what the effect can be. Of course, I'm not going into the details of the debate, but it's just to indicate that this website is informing also the audience about the latest development of the CAP and that which is related to the meat consumption and the meat chain. Okay, then this is the last slide dedicated to this sustainable meats project. And next slides I will dedicate these to please the next slide. I have to forget the last one, and I have to admit this is the last one because here I can show you the lessons learned from the Sustainable Meats Project. The main benefit of the initiative is the promotion of moderate consumption of beef and to create a platform to produce information about the nutritional value of beef. It's possible to produce objective and scientific information about the nutritional value of beef, which is very important, and about the role of beef cattle to exploit less favored areas in Europe, in particular the areas where you only can grow pasture, for example. And the role of beef cattle to exploit these less favored areas that otherwise could be run the risk to be abandoned. And that can be has been demonstrated by means of scientific research results. And then finally, the lessons learned of this sustainable meat project is that it contributes to the maintenance of beef cattle farms in Europe and to the continuity of the generation of income and employment of thousands and thousands of people who are working in this sector. And now I will go to the second innovative initiative, which is instead related to the second topic on efficient housing systems. This innovation is an operational group to which Bovine is linked. Now, a mutual link we have created with this operational group in Italy, which is about feeding the cattle by means of automatic feeding systems, AFS systems. And these are totally automated systems to administer feed to dairy cattle and beef cattle farms in Lombardia, which is the main livestock area in northern Italy. Of course, this innovation is also used in many other parts of Europe, but this operational group consists of a research center, CRPA, as well as 5 dairy and beef cattle farmers. Please, the next slide, please. It's focused on this system of self-propelled electric wagons that manage the ration of the groups independently and at a variable frequency. These are connected to a fully automated kitchen which fills the wagons with the rations to be offered to the animals. And the wagons, they can operate 24 hours a day, so they have a big advantage in terms of increasing the labor productivity. And they can manage also different rations for different groups. So it's also very, very good for precision feeding. It's even possible to administer to groups of cattle the exact ration for that age and different breed of that certain breed. And the system is also monitoring the animal performances. So automatically also the animal performances and the herd status is also monitored by this system. Please, next slide. And the activities of the operational groups, this group, which will finish its work at the end of 2022, is to analyze the market of the different types, of course. There are different companies which are producing these facilities. It's about focused on the different housing systems, which housing systems are most equipped or better adapted to this total mixed ration wagons, completely automatically managed. And it's also about monitoring the analysis of the cattle farms which are already equipped with this equipment to highlight the economic, productive performances and animal welfare aspects. An interesting aspect of this technology is as well that it's very silent as it is electric. So also the animals are much more, not much disturbed, because very silently these wagons are going into the stables. And second advantage is it can be connected to solar panels. So it's even possible to have a farm at the end, which by means of the solar panels, which are connected to the electric wagons to improve very much the energy efficiency of the farm. And then the fourth activity of this group, operational group, is to do feasibility studies in farms which are not equipped with this technology to define the technical economic convenience. So also the economic cost and benefits of this system will be analyzed before and after the installation of this wagons. The last slide then is dedicated to some pictures of this two company types, which at the left side you will see a farm in Verona in Italy with beef cattle, with 960 beef cattle. There you see how this technology is moving within the farm to serve the animals with their feed. And in the lower left, you see the kitchen where it's automatically these wagons are filled, which are completely can be programmed by the farmer. And the right side, you will see also another type of these automatic feeding systems in another farm in Mantua, also in northern Italy, with 800 finishing cattle, which are electrically driven and self-propelled, and see also the kitchen in that farm. So finally, I can tell all of you that in May, this 2022, the date has not yet been finalized, but then there will be a special international webinar together with, organized with Minerva, our dissemination partner of Bovine, to have an international webinar dedicated to this system, to these systems. So all of you will be invited who are being interested in this automatic system to participate, because the researchers and the leader of the research group will present the results of these operational group in this international webinar. Okay, well, that's I think the next slide. I would like to thank you for your attention. And of course, with the invitation to all of you to visit the Knowledge Hub of Bovine to find all the information about the innovations which have been collected by Bovine this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keith. So first question is, did you find the presented solutions useful for your context? Yes, somehow, no? Okay, what did you find most interesting from presented solutions? And we can now move to the next session. So first, it's a good practice from France, presented by Florent Rust.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so I'm going to be presenting today the Bovine diagnosis. The idea during the Bovine project was to find a good practice on animal health and welfare, and more specifically on simple labor-saving tools that could measure and communicate high animal welfare standards on beef farms. So the Bovine is developed by Dairy Cattle Chain and Beef Cattle Chain, and it was co-owned by their representative bodies. And it's a diagnosis that had been validated by the entire French sector. So for the beef cattle, for example, Bovine will be used as a complement to various quality schemes, for example, the Label Rouge. And there have been more than 1,200 audits in the beef cattle as of now, and more than 800 auditors trained thanks to an Excel tool. And there is an application that is expected next year for these audits. It's based on 30-50 measures and questions per animals, or on their environment, and it's aggregated. So aggregated. I put a little example on the side. First of all, as a score per criteria, then a score per freedom, since it meets the 5 freedoms principles, and then a global score on the form. So all of that has to be kept in mind that if there is a lower score on one of the criteria, it will have a higher weight on the scoring at the end. And the scoring is based on the welfare qualitative methods, with a few adjustments that have been made after a consultation with experts and stakeholders. So if you can move to the next slides. It's an objective evaluation that has been based on the same diagnosis everywhere in France. The idea is to find good practices and efforts made on the farm on animal welfare specifically. So for example, food, water, health, comfort, and human-animal relationships. So as I said, the 5 principles. There are 3 steps in carrying the diagnosis. So first of all, there are a few questions that are asked in the office. Easy question, for example, the number of animals, or this kind of questions. The second step is an evaluation in or outside the building. So an animal observation and an observation of the environment. And the observations are made by trained auditors, and the farmer has to be present during those observations and measurements. And the last step will be a presentation of the results and a few advice. So a diagnosis will last for about 2 or 3 hours, depending on the number of animals and the category. And for example, the type of questions and observation that can emerge can be observation on the animals, for example, relation to human, body condition of behavior, a few questions on farmer practices or herd results like disbudding, mortality, or cesarean section. So that can be the type of question asked inside the office. And a few measurements related to housing condition, for example, resting, watering, or exercise. And the idea is that with this diagnosis, the breeder, after half a day of diagnosis, can immediately know first the level of animal welfare on his farm. So I showed on the right an example. So that's the farm score in green. You can also have the criteria which are strong points of the animal welfare on the farm. So that's on the left. It's a little small, I'm sorry, but that's on the left, the green part. So that will show the strong points of animal welfare. And on the right, you have the criteria who are weak points in terms of animal welfare and which require real progress. And so I zoomed on the right. You can see also the level of the farm, so the blue part, compared to the average of other breeders who have passed the same diagnosis, so the part in gray. And basically the idea is that the presentation of this diagnosis and those comparison will allow the discussion to start and for the farmers to see that there is still margin of improvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Florian. I think there are no questions in the chat, so we can continue with next good practice, please. Okay, is Polish good practice presented by Jerzy Wisniewski. Jerzy, are you there? Okay, the first yours.
Okay, our good practice is calf and shade monitoring system. Next slide, please. Yes, the name of the application is Estado. In Polish, it's mean a herd of cattle. How does it work? The system contains the sensors, the ear sensor and tail biosensors, also the temperature and humidity detectors mounted in the barn, and also the radio transmitters. Biosensors are maintenance free with no need to change batteries and can be reinstalled multiple times. For users, it's easy to manage. The farmers can access the user panel via smartphone, tablet, or computer. Urgent notice are sent via text message. Cattle maintenance system, the application monitors animals in both freestyle and stand-hen barns, as well as on the remote pasture. Animal activity data and the barn conditions are sent to the central server, where they are proceeded through the smart algorithms. Next slide, please. Components of the system. The first, the most important is ear biosensor. It analyzes analyzes rumination and feeding. Then analyzes resting periods, imported parameter, measure body temperature. Also detect summer heat stress for each animal. Then we have an environmental sensor, measure the temperature inside the building, measure humidity inside the building, and calculate heat stress index. And then we have radio transmitters inside the barn and on the pasture. This component forward data from sensors to the central server, provide Wi-Fi internet connection inside the barn, use safe voltage supply, resistant to power outages, and adjusted for solar power supply on pasture. And the last component is the barn monitor. Can be installed in the barn condition, display all the e-status functions and alarms, hermetic casing made of stainless steel, touch screen. Okay, this all system help the farmers to monitoring the behavior of the animals, and farmers receive the alarms if it's something going wrong with the animals, with all animals or individual animal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerzy, for your presentation. I think there are some questions in the chat.
Yeah, there is one question of Lucia. She says, does the Bovine well adapt to different production systems? I understood that the system was the same in the whole country, but I wonder about the different production systems.
Yes, so if I can answer that, but maybe also Beatrice Mounet from IDEL could if she had more compliments. But there are specific questions for different production systems. For example, for animals with no access to the outside, there will be indicators on pica, tone gains, or suction, for example, for young cattle.
Okay, there is also another question for Florian. One of the AEW scheme's handicaps is the auditing time. When you said between 2 and 3 hours, seems to me that too short for the overall standards that I knew. Is the time of auditing an item that you consider when adapting, for instance, animal welfare protocol?
I'm not sure I understood the question completely, but 2-3 hours is an average. So in some cases, if it's needed, it could be longer, but it's an average to give an idea to the farmers.
Maybe I can complete the answer if you don't mind, Florian.
Go ahead, Beatrice. Thank you.
Yes, actually, we made test, and yes, 2 hours is the average for beef cattle. It depends on the number and the category of animals you have to evaluate, but also the application. Well, actually, even the Excel file make it quicker and easier to make the audit. So that's why it's quicker also. And hopefully the application will improve the time and the duration of the audit tomorrow. Okay, thank you. I think there are some questions that have been answered.
Yeah, Kevin asked for something. I don't know, Kevin, if you want, or Jerzy, you want to share your comments.
If not, we can continue that with next presentation. Is Estonian good practice presented by Eiri. Eiri, just go ahead.
Hello. I hope everybody hears me. Yes. Good practice represent low stress weaning with best brook. And I'm really happy that the same farmer whose good practice I'm presenting is also with. You will see the full video during the lunch break of the farm, and it's how it represented. But the farmer started using this method to reduce weaning. And after first year, it became clear that it also improved health and weight gain at farm level. So the suckler cattle are sorted already in the pasture, usually between August or September, which is still summer in Estonia, but the late summer. And it is usually the time when we are taking off the breeding bulls from the herd. And as the farmer uses the portion grazing, they can sort the animals on pasture, so they don't have to drive them to the farm building, because the portion grazing, rational grazing makes animals very calm and movable. The one herd is with mother cows with bull calves, and the other herd will be mother cows with the heifer calves. And so the mothers go to the distant. And once there is grazing period ended, it's usually in October, different herds come to different buildings. Next slide, please. I have also here a video. You can see the yes. Actually, there are two buildings. So this was the building for the mothers with bull calves. So the old barn area is divided into 2 to 3 sectors and separated by intermediate gates. And cows are in the one of the barn, and they are receiving feed only hay, and the bull calves of the barn, and they receive hay and silage. And the gate is just that wide that the calves are at first moving really easily through the gate. Low stress, then as the calves starting to grow, eventually they don't fit very easily through the gates, and they themselves stop to use the mother's side because they don't get silenced there also. And when the calves are stopping seeing the mothers, the farmer sees that, then she closes the gates for good. And by this method, the milk capacity of the suckler cows is very well used, and there is absolutely no stress of the animals. And the mothers and calves remain side by side in the farm, in the feeding area until the sale of the calves. But I say that the long video will be seen in the lunch break of the whole farm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heidi. I think there are no questions.
No,
okay, then. So now we can go to the research innovations on animal health and welfare, presented by Frank-Dieter Cerf and Mona Beatriz-Munoz. Okay. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon and hello again. You hear me? Yes?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, thanks. Yes, animal health and welfare is the fourth work package in the Bovine project. And we have 2 priority topics every year. And what we want to do now is to show one innovation of each topic from this year. The first topic was simply labeled saving tools to measure and communicate animal welfare standards on beef farms. And this innovation, which I want to present here, is an on-farm scoring for bovine respiratory disease. I want to refer first to Canadian literature from 2021 that reports a decrease in feed efficiency and life cycle efficiency due to high morbidity and mortalities of calves in North America. And what we found is a scoring procedure which was developed at the Californian School of Veterinary Medicine in Davis for weaned dairy calves. And this procedure is based on 6 clinical signs for respiratory disease. And the procedure is very simple. It is accurate, fast, and reliable. And especially, we think that is also very well for fattening farms and to perform this before animals were purchased from other farms, especially with different health status. Okay, next slide, please. This is a short summary of the scores. There are, yes, you have to have a look at eye discharge and at nasal discharge. There's also a need to look on eardrop or head tilt. And it is very simple to hear caughings, and you must have a look at breathing frequencies, and temperature is also an indicator. So there you can do scoring for each indicator, and then you summarize all indicators. And if it is over 5, you have a high possibility for bovine respiratory diseases. And it's very likely to do this before you brought animals from other farms that you have control on the health status. So there's given a link where you can get more information, or you have a look at the Bovine Knowledge Hub where it is posted. Thank you very much. And now we go to the second priority topic, where we have also an example of an innovation. Beatrice, your floor.
Yes, thank you very much. If you don't mind, I will share my my screen. Okay, this is you should see my presentation. Is it okay for everyone? I hope so. Okay.
No, we don't have it, Beatrice.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Okay, too bad. How is it? Let me check again. It should work. Yes. Okay, I just forgot. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is presentation, correct? Perfect. Okay, so I'm Béatrice Monex. I work for the French Livestock Institute, and I will be presenting today the second innovation, which was selected for the second topic about management, housing, and any factors that could affect animal welfare in fattening units. We called it Mix and Match, and it is based on the observation that in France, and probably also in your own countries, young bulls are grouped according to body weight or body size into very homogeneous groups at the start of the fattening. And this is in order to simplify the management of fattening units, feeding, of course, but also housing. But it is also sometimes based on the false assumption that it would end in homogeneous groups by the end of fattening, which is obviously not true at all. You had a presentation this morning about feeding efficiency, and you could see that this is very variable, and homogeneity at the beginning doesn't guarantee homogeneity by the end. But this practice conducts to a mixing on fattening farms with almost as many bulls as many origins, and also to an increase in both the distance and the duration of transportation for bulls to the fattening units. We have evidence, and there are so many experimental studies that have shown that this mixing is detrimental to health and welfare of young bulls. It does not guarantee any higher performances or higher growth. It increases the health risk due to the mixing of pathogens, and it also increases the social stress, as it takes longer to establish good social relationship between animals when they are of the same body size and when they do not come from the same herd. And we all know that there is a strong relationship between stress and immunity, and you can imagine the impact of social stress on health. And finally, once again, homogeneity at the beginning does not guarantee at all homogeneity by the end of the fattening. So to make it short, here is a story of fattening young bulls, at least in France. And you can see that BRD is the main health issue for them, with almost 20% of bulls affected. And even if you don't see them, even if you don't see any clinical sign, they can be infected and have impact on the growth performance due to the BRD infection. So what about the innovation? Well, the innovation is to reduce the mixing, the transport, and to vaccinate the bulls. The key word is to get the bulls a good start into fattening. And this is achieved by a combination of several good practices, which are to reduce the transport We have big data and modeling studies that showed that up to 1 gram of daily growth can be lost for each 10 kilometers more compared to optimize transportation duration to reduce the mixing. And it was shown also in modeling studies that this could contribute to up to 30% less risk of BRD and to vaccinate the bulls early before they leave the circular farm. It has been demonstrated that this early vaccination could contribute to higher growth compared to late vaccination. So the combination of these practices is the innovation because it is not frequently implemented yet, at least in France. And this innovation could help not only to avoid BRD, but also health problem, other health problem, and could contribute to improve performances. So I put the link where you can find all the information about the research project with all the big data analysis, but I also recommend strongly that you visit the Bovine Knowledge Hub, where you will find several other good practices in this area of fattening. And if you use the Google Translate option, you can read it in your own language. And I thank you very much for your attention, and I can answer any question.
Thank you, Patrice, for your presentation. I think there are no questions in the chat.
No, there was one question that was answered, so
we can continue then with the Menti. So again, did you find the presented solutions useful for your context? Yes, somehow, or no? Okay, next slide. What did you think? What did you find most interesting from the presented solutions? Thank you very much for all these comments. Very well, okay. I don't know if any of the speakers would like to add anything else. We have some minutes, and I think now is lunch break. So I would like to thank you, all the speakers and you attendees, for the participation in these interesting sessions. We will share all your comments on the Mentimeter in the chat to the speakers and send you the results, and then see you after lunchtime. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, just to remind people of the program for the afternoon, we'll be looking at more good practices and research innovations on production efficiency and meat quality. That's the focus this afternoon. And then we'll have that interactive session on defining sustainable beef, where we'll have presentations by Jerzy Wierzbicki from Poland, and also a presentation from the European Roundtable from Beef Sustainability to focus our thoughts on what sustainable beef is and the role of bovine in contributing to that. And our speaker from the European Roundtable from Beef Sustainability is Roseanne Davies. And Jerzy will be speaking as the Bovine Network Manager, but he's also chairman of the Copa Cogeca Working Party on Promotion Policy. So that's for the afternoon. Thanks for that.
So we on exchange of good practices and research innovations in production efficiency and meat quality. And we will start with a good practice from Italy, from Alessandro Mazzenga from Unicarve. So Alessandro, the floor is yours.
Good morning, can you hear me? Okay. So my presentation is about the production efficiency and meat quality. Can you move on with the slide? Okay. So the name of the practice is optimization of management in a consortium of farmers to reach better and standardized quality. The thematic area is production efficiency and meat quality, like said, and the topic is impact of animal feeding and stress on meat quality. So this practice is about an experience of a consortium that is called Cooperativa Agricola Volpago of around 15 small producers that sells beef to local butcheries and small markets, and started a common commercial project which involved all the chain of production: farmers, slaughterhouse, and processors. The central actor of the project and decision site is the processor, also promoter of the whole project in the market. The aim was to reach a standardization of the management in animal rearing to obtain a high-quality product with common characteristics, which can be recognized with a brand. All producers and processors are most of the selling points are located in the Veneto region in the province of Treviso. Okay, move on with the, yes. So, what a general description of the project is the process, which is a commercial site where all actors meet and take common decisions, and is also the promoter of the whole project on the market. The farms are located in a narrow area in the province of Treviso, like I said, in the northeast of Italy. The average of heads of the farmers are 300. Animals are heifers, French breeds, Garonese, or Limousin, or anyway French breeds. A common nutrition specialist planned the ration, which is composed with few ingredients and an industrial mix to provide mostly protein and mineral and vitamins integration. What about quality? A choice of quality was made also. No silage in the... I hear noises. Okay, no silage in the total mixed ration. No GMO. Supplement of linseed for omega fatty acids enrichment. No use of antibiotics in the last 5 months of fattening. To move on to the next one. Okay, so what are the results of the project? For the farmers, they have the possibility of sharing experiences of their managing with all the other farmers of the group. The consortium for most of the farmers also plans the arrival and the exit of the animals. The new feeding plan allows an easier preparation and conservation of the ration, and animals grow faster with a no silage concentrated diet. For the consortium, so for the whole group of farmers, the results are that the quality of the meat has increased with good feedback from the market. And this also allowed to increase the price. A quality label so far at the local level, I mean now it's mostly in the region. The requirements chosen in the production phase, especially the no antibiotic requirement, give to these productions qualities in the direction also of environmental sustainability.
Thank you, Alessandro. Grazie. I think there are no questions in the chat, John.
No, there aren't any questions.
Okay, so we will continue with the next good practice coming from Germany, from Lina Lindau. So Lina, when do you want?
Yes, thank you, Damiana. All right, I'm presenting the good practice called using a measuring tape for time of first mating. This is in the thematic area of production efficiency and meat quality, and addresses the thematic area of optimizing the number of calves per cow per year in beef suckler herds. And the goal of this good practice is for the cows to give birth as soon as possible, but as late as necessary, so that they are old enough to, to cope with the calving, but also young enough that they have, that the production efficiency is as high as possible. And the second goal of this is to prevent negative effects on health and maturity if they give birth too early. So the timing of the first mating has a great impact on a long and productive life of the suckler cow and the reproduction efficiency of the whole herd, of course. Next slide, please. So essential for the timing of the first mating is not only age of the animal, but weight and physical maturity. It's I think, or I would say it's even more important than just age of the animal. And to estimate the body weight, there is a special measuring tape. At least in Germany, there are very, very few farmers who have the opportunity to really weight the animals. I think in beef suckler herds, weighting machines are very, very rare. So this measuring tape is a tool to estimate body weight, more accurate than just by sight, but of course not as accurate as with a weighting machine. It's still accurate enough most of the times. You measure the circumference of the thorax, and the measuring tape gives you the circumference in centimeters and also the estimated body weight of the animal. And the goal is a mating at approximately 60% of the expected body weight when the animal is fully grown up. So you have to know the average weight of your breed, so you can reach that goal. It's quite important that the measuring is done by the same person and on the same measuring spot every time you measure. The measuring intervals, well, they are quite individual, depends on how accurate you want to do that. Most of the I know 2 farms where we do this measuring, and they do the measuring once a week. But I know one of them has changed to every 2 weeks. And still the results are very good. So this seems to be accurate enough. But as I said, same person, same measuring spot is quite important, that you don't have that the variety of the results isn't too wide. And this measuring tape is available for different breeds, but on the downside, as far as I know, until now, just for dairy breeds, as German Holsteins, Brown Swiss, and Simmental. But we measured with the scale for Simmental, gave quite good results. So maybe this could be a good project for future to develop a measuring tape for beef cattle breeds. I think this would be quite an improvement.
Thank you, Lina. Thank you. So I think we don't have questions in the chat neither.
No.
Okay, so we will continue now then with the research innovations. Explained by Virginia Resconi from UNIZAR and from Aitor Fernández Novo from University of Europa.
So I'm going to start with the presentation of the research innovations that were selected by our working group. You can continue. So I am going to present now one that is an analog of maternal appeasing pheromones in beef cattle. So for the production efficiency and meat quality, the work package 5, and is related to topic 5.3, that is animal feeding and stress on meat quality. So as of course, farmers know that even if we have a good management, there are moments that we can avoid stress in the animal, for example, at weaning or in the finishing system entry or in the pre-slaughter period. And in that moment, for example, is also critical for meat quality. And also sometimes in some breeds or some individuals have a strong temperament and can be a problem in management. You can continue. So it was found in pigs that there are some pheromones that are released near the skin of the mammary gland of many mammals, maybe all of them, and has a calming effect, relaxing effect. So the idea was to include this in beef and to test if can improve, if can reduce the stress. So the next slides. as we can see now, so this is the proposal is a synthetic composition that mimic these pheromones. For the differences, different species, there's some fatty acids, as you can see, and in different species are the same fatty acids, and then some fatty acids that are specific for species, and also the composition or the quantity of each of these compounds is different according species. So for example, here we can see in bovine, all these 5 fatty acids and the different proportions, and also another compound that is has a long name, as you can see in the table. And so based on that studies, it is proposed a solution that, as you can see, is 5 milliliters that is applied in the nuchal area of the animals. And in the next slides, I will show you some results. So as you can see here in this experiment that was conducted in Brazil, there were, you can see 2 groups of animal, one control and the other one with the bovine apicin substance. And in the beginning, they had the same weight, but after 14 days, so this was applied at the beginning, at the entry of the feedlot. And as you can see, the weight was higher, so the daily weight gain was higher in the group where this apicin pheromone was applied. And the next one. And here you can see that the same substance was applied before transport to slaughter, and there were 400, more than 400 animals in each treatment. And as you can see, the meat of the pH, the meat pH of the control was higher than the animals that received the pheromones, and also the percentage of animals with meat with higher of 5.8, that means that is a problematic meat, so it was higher in the control. So we could see an effect in the meat quality as well. So the idea of this substance is that potentially improves animal welfare, immunity, also based on other studies, and performance, and lowers the risk of carcass and meat quality issues. For example, also carcass bruises if the unfamiliar animals are mixed and they fight, or this problem can happen, and also reduce the problem of DFD meat. Thank you, and I'm waiting for potential questions. Thank you.
Gracias, Virginia. Thank you. So do you have any question in the chat? Yes. I see we have a question from Avi asking how often the animals are treated.
In the results that I show, it was just in one time. I mean, in the one that was measured the pH, it was before slaughtering, before transport to the slaughterhouse, and in the other one with the average live weight, it was applied one time I think, yes, at weaning, sorry, not at feedlot entry, at weaning, one time, only one time.
Okay, thank you, Virginia. So we go now with Aitor Fernández Novo.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aitor Fernández Novo. I'm part of the research group for my group, José Antonio García Paloma, Sonia Pérez Garnelo, and Susana Steve. And we are invited here to share our practices about the standardized procedure for bull evaluation in the UK and Spain, the main differences. So at first, we would like to highlight the importance of bull breeding soundness evaluation, because in every herd, the aim is to get 1 calf per cow per year, and the average of cows per herd, at least in Spain, is about 25 to 35 cows. So mainly there's just 1 bull per herd. So if there's a bull failure, it's going to be a completely reproductive failure in the whole herd. So because of it, we think that the bull breeding soundness evaluation must be performed at least yearly. Please do the next slide. So here in the table, you can see the main differences between the British and the Spanish procedures, and in red, there are highlighted the differences. The first one, next slide, please, is the and next also the genital ultrasound evaluation, which is also included in the in our evaluation, which it includes a complete exam of genital tracts from penis to accessory glands. Next slide, please. Then also the sanitary assessment, and we're focusing both branch for one side pathologies in the genital tract, and in another way also to transmissible pathologies to the herd. Next slide, please. Which means to control some pathogens such as Vesnoitia, Campylobacter, Trichomonas, bovine viral diarrhea virus, and infectious bovine rhinotracheitis. And also there's another difference is about mating ability, which is of the genital ultrasound evaluation. We describe these three items as differential from Spanish to other procedures, and we would like to include them all in every single bull breeding soundness evaluation, but it's an idea that we have because it's very difficult to implement them all in every single evaluation. It will complicate a bit, but we would like to include them all in the bull breeding soundness evaluation. Next slide, please. And next also. Recently, we've published some articles about how different field conditions could interfere on seminal samples when we evaluate them all in the referential lab. Next slide, please. And next also, we would like to define which could be the best. So we define that time, temperature, and extender could interfere when performing the samples, taking the samples from the field to the lab. Okay, here we would like to highlight the differences between the UK and the Spanish system about physical evaluation and seminal evaluation. We are categorizing the from unsuitable to versus the UK system, where there are from unsuitable and suitable. And also there are just two, we would like just to show the differences in the differential aspects that we have from our system versus the UK one. And they are about ultrasound, mating ability, and sanitary. Then with these items, we categorize bulls as unsuitable or suitable, but when we are performing the mating ability test, we also perform this classification. And this is because in some potential with high genetic bulls, we could decide to preserve that bull in a herd because of the genetics. In category, we have a table to define how many cows can that bull breed because of its not completely good seminal quality. And that's what we would like to say, but sorry, because of the problems with the connection. And finally, we would like to thank you all because of wanting to know a bit more about our procedure, and we could be very glad and happy to keep on working with you and to share our knowledge. Thank you so much, and sorry because of the internet problem.
Gracias, thank you, Aitor. So if I don't see any activity in the chat so far, there was a previous question from Lina to Virginia about if the product will be available for the producers, and she answered in the chat telling that it will be available commercially, although not widely used in Europe. So we go now with the last Mentimeter session. So, did you find this presented solution useful? So what do you find most interesting from the presented solutions? Or do you have anything to add on your context, your experience? Okay, so we will leave it then here for now. All these interactions, and thank you, of course, all for your activity in the Mentimeter in the chat are for hearing us. So sessions on exchange of good practices and research innovations. Now, all this Mentimeter material will be made available for you together with the rest of the material from the event. My colleague will now put the link to the evaluation survey in the chat, so we will very much appreciate if you complement that, so it helps us to evaluate the event, but also to improve. And I will now give the floor to Maeve Henkions to introduce the next session before the break. Maeve?
Thank you very much, Damiana, and thank you very much to all our colleagues for their presentations on the research innovations and good practices. And I suppose just to reiterate Damiana's invitation to you to contribute to the evaluation survey, that's critically important for us in terms of reporting to the European Commission and justifying the money that they've given us, but also more importantly to help us to improve our activities into the future as well. So we're going to have a short break now whereby we're going to have a video on animal welfare, but because we're a little bit ahead of time, we can start the interactive workshop a little bit earlier than planned. So I just want to introduce you to the interactive workshop that we're going to have. I'm just going to share one slide with you so that you can have an idea of what is actually planned there. So just give me just one moment to share my screen on that and just to explain to you what we have planned. And it's an interactive session, but we're actually going to have two speakers at it as well. So I just want to explain that to you. So we're going to start by just doing an introduction to the session and welcoming our two speakers. We have Jerzy Wierzbicki, who is the Bovine Network Manager from Poland and has a very important role there in the Polish Beef Association, but he's also chair of the Kopico Working Party on Promotion Policy, and he'll talk to us about the policy context about trying to define sustainable beef at European level. And then we have Roseanne Davies from the SAI platform, who's also director of the European Roundtable for Beef Sustainability, and she'll be talking to us about the programme and how they see beef sustainability, the progress that they and their members have achieved in trying to become more sustainable, and the impacts that they've achieved through working together. And then we move into a workshop session whereby we're going to ask you to share with us anything that you know about existing projects or initiatives that are contributing to sustainable beef production. We'll then have a look at some selected research innovations and good practices to see how they contribute to sustainable beef production, and also trying to draw on your knowledge to help us to identify challenges that might exist in bringing those into practice on a widespread basis. And the final question then is, what can we in Bovine do more of, or what can we do that we're not already doing to contribute to defining sustainable beef production? So I think that's the plan for the interactive session that we have shortly after the break. So we can start. We had originally planned to start that at 15:30, but I think we can bring that back now to what do we bring it back to? 15:15. I think we can bring it back by 15 minutes. I think that gives us still enough time to show George Stilwell's video and to have a short break as well. So that interactive session will start at 15:15 then. So thanks very much. And I'll just hand back to Hannah or whoever's going to do the technical work with sharing George's video then. Thanks.
Hello to everyone. I'm going to present in these 10 to 15 minutes what we are doing in Portugal and some of the problems that we may have found along the course. So, as has already been said, consumers are demanding for welfare certification for beef and all other animal products, and they want it all along the production chain, not only in the fattening, but also in the other areas. And so we've been having some difficulties in using, for example, the welfare quality protocol, as it doesn't apply to suckler herds, like this one that we have in the photograph from the Azores Islands, where, because there's a lot of pasture, we do all the suckler herd is on pasture, and the fattening is also done on pasture. So we've been trying to get some solutions for these difficulties, so that we can really certify the product from farm to fork. So, is the welfare quality protocol adequate for other systems? We know that it is a good protocol. At least it's a useful protocol for beef cattle in intensive farming, and also for dairy cattle, of course. But we have, like we see here in these photographs, we have some other systems. And for example, a kind of system that we have in Portugal, these feedlots that are quite common in North America and in Australia, not so common in Portugal. These outdoor, very big fattening units with paddocks with half an hectare or even more, and with several hundred cattle inside. So we're trying to get the way of assessing the welfare also in these conditions. So, should we keep the same indicators as for the welfare protocol, or what are the risks of changing some of the indicators, and what are the variables that we have to look at? The thing is that we should, of course, be sure that the validity of the indicators that we are using, they are guaranteed, and for that we have to do some more studies, for example, and thermal comfort in these animals, especially in summer, is an important issue that should be validated. As you know, the welfare quality protocol doesn't look at it. So we have here that the principles and criteria that are used for the welfare quality. One thing that we've been trying that we have to ensure is that all these are included, and the criteria, the 12 criteria, are assessed, and then look for the indicators, or change the indicators, or adapt the indicators to the different systems. We try to keep the animal-based measures, of course, because it's been studied, and they've been ensured as the best way to assess welfare in all animals. So, what are we doing with the suckler herds and the fattening outside in the pasture and in large door feedlots? So, two things that we've used is pair of binoculars. That's important to have binoculars because we can't get near these animals, and also include now the assessment that is done at the race or shoot when we bring these animals in, or bring them on purpose for the assessment. Well, fortunately, I worked in New Zealand for a few in 2018, 2019, and there they had the same problem. They had the fattening done all in pasture. The suckler herds and even the milking herds are all at pasture. And so they've done quite a lot of work studying and looking at which indicators could be kept and which ones should be replaced. For example, And this is the result of some of the studies done in New Zealand. What are the welfare quality indicators that should be kept, and what are the ones that should be included? And as you can see, and differently from the welfare quality, you can see the handling facilities and the stock person training and the way he or she works around the cattle. Some of them were removed, like the cleanliness of the water troughs, because they are outside. Usually it's natural water troughs like rivers or small ponds, and not easy to assess the cleanliness of these. Also, hawk lesions and bloat and tail docking, avoidance distance, they all been removed because or changed because it's not easy to use them in pasture, in very large outdoors, working outdoors. So, for example, this is just example. I don't have time to go through all of it, but some of the things that we've been suggested when working in New Zealand, like fearful and agitated animals inside the race, stumbling when coming out of the race, or the way the animal exits the chute or the race, in the way if it's very nervous or calm. And you can see here some of the percentages that are used to classify these different indicators. And here are some more examples of how the animals are handled inside the facilities and how these can be classified. Yeah, you can see some of the papers, and you can see that the classification is in 3 degrees, 0, 1, and 2. As then you can see there, the score will represent in the greens, yellow, or red. This is a way of also making it easier to talk to the farmer, see where it's wrong, see how many red, or how the red part of the assessment, what is the percentage of animals that go into that red zone or the yellow. So it's a way of doing it very quickly and very easily and adapted to different conditions. We've been doing some studies here in Portugal also, comparing different breeds and different systems. And also we've started comparing also conventional or organic farms, and also a study that we're going to do comparing herds in Portugal, Mozambique, and South Africa to see how all these farms are working. And in Africa, I have a student that comes from Mozambique, and she's going to try to apply this same protocol in Mozambique and also in South Africa. You can see here some of the behaviors that we've been looking at these herds, tackler herds, as you see down in the picture below. It's called the Barrosin. It's a typical autochthonous breed, and we've been using it and comparing different farms with different breeds and looking how they behave inside the chute. We've been also looking at the way that the ear tags are positioned, because this is a way of also looking at the handling quality of the farmers, if they know where to put the ear tag. And we've also used that to classify and grade the farm. Also, the availability of water and water quality. Like I said, it's not easy to look at the cleanliness, because most of these herds use natural resources, like I said, rivers or ponds or lakes. And so we look at not only the water quality, of course, if it's polluted or not, but also the distance that the water source is from where the animals are kept or where they pass. And so if it's very far away, they can be penalized for that, or they have to change. Here you see that the final score, we have the 4 principles that are included in the welfare quality. But instead of talking about housing, we talk about environment, because that's what we're assessing and not the housing. And so we apply this protocol to suckler herds, but also to the feedlots outside when they don't have a housing per se. What happens in Portugal? Portugal is using the almost exclusively the welfare quality protocol for the intensive kept animals, and are using a label called welfare, written like it's down there, welfare with fed from not the same word. And this is a label that's been produced by IRTA in the Catalan country in Spain. This has been working, and we've been, of course, applying it to other production systems that have labels, but different labels related more to the production system and the breed, and not so much to the What is important in this is that we have to keep the credibility. For this and other protocols, it's very important to keep the credibility. If consumers don't believe in what we're doing, if they don't believe that the label really represents what's happening, we're going to have a big problem with selling products, at least here in Portugal. And so lowering the bar, like I said, so that everyone can go through is not the way to proceed in the future. And that's why we've been doing, like Beatrice was talking just now, doing training. And these training are also for internal assessors, so auditors, internal auditors that will work in their own farms, or for technicians or vets that work for farms, for different groups, they can do the self-assessment. But also external assessors, auditors, that will go to these farms and certify. And these have to be really well trained to keep the credibility of the certification scheme and of the label that we are going to use. These auditors go through a course, of course, like we've been looking at in this first presentation, the one online. We don't do it online, we do it presential, and they have to go through 3 exams, 1 theoretical, 1 inter-observable repeatability exam, and 1 practical exam on farm. Then they go through, if they want to be an external assessor, and if they want to work for the welfare label from IRTA, they have to be accredited by someone from IRTA, or someone that IRTA trusts and wants to accredit to do this integration. And so the auditor has to do an audit to a farm in the first 18 months after doing the course. And only then can he be considered an auditor for the label. And just to remind you that we're on our way to get an European level labeling, and we have to maybe to start harmonizing these different ways of assessing the welfare, because in the future, I don't know in how many years, but in the future, we'll have a European welfare labeling, and so we have to be prepared for that. And I thank you, and thank you.
Hello, everybody. So we're back. We're back at the final session of this second Bovine Transnational meeting, and I suppose we've had some interaction to date. I suppose this is the opportunity for you to, I suppose, to make your voice heard even more in more detail, to do this interaction. Unfortunately, as I mentioned from the outset, we don't have the technical capabilities to allow us to provide simultaneous translation in 8 languages in our breakout rooms. So this session will only be conducted through English. And I suppose just to explain the background to this, as you know, the role of meat as part of a sustainable diet is increasingly being questioned, and there are a lot of challenges around providing the evidence that beef can be part of a sustainable diet. And I suppose that's the context here. You know, Bovine is trying to support the sustainability of the beef sector, but we need, I suppose, to have a broader perspective around that and to think about how we can bring that through, not just to on-farm practice, but also considering the policy context that's around it as well. So in that regard, we're very fortunate to have two people here to make some short presentations. They'll give a presentation of approximately 10 minutes each to help us to, I suppose, to really to focus on what the issues are. And then we'll have breakout rooms using the platform called Mural that Richard Lynch will explain to you after Roseanne's presentation. But we'll start our first presentation from Jerzy Wierzbicki, who was, as I identified earlier on, the Bovine Network Manager in Poland and the chairperson of the Kopa-Kojika Working Party on Promotion Policy. And then we'll follow with a presentation by Roseanne Davies from the SAI platform and the European Roundtable for Beef Sustainability. So Jerzy, when you're ready, the floor is yours, and we'll have an opportunity to possibly take a few questions after your presentation, and if you can keep the chat going as well in the meantime as well. So Jerzy, over to you when you're ready there. Thank you.
Okay, the title of my presentation is Finding a Definition for Sustainable Beef at the European Level. Why is important? Farm-to-farm strategy define sustainability, not define. I mentioned about the sustainability, and sustainable agriculture will be supported in the next years. The definition is not ready yet, but what's important in the farm-to-farm strategy, when it's the sentence about the revision of the EU promotion program for agricultural products, the Commission write down that enhance its contribution to sustainable production and consumption in line with the evolving diets. In relation to meat, that review should focus on how the EU can use its promotion program to support the most sustainable, carbon-efficient methods of livestock production. This is a very important sentence. It was a risk that generally the meat will be rejected from the promotion policy. Now Commission highlights that will support the most sustainable, carbon efficient method of livestock production. What is the roadmap to define this sustainable definition, to define sustainability? Inception impact assessment, it's done. Then it's public consultation to the first quarter of 2022, next year. Then targeted consultation, legislative proposal up to Q4 2023, and ordinary legislative procedures Q1, Q2 2024. What is proposed? We see three options. The baseline, no particular EU level. Option 2, voluntary approaches, only soft law to encourage the transition. Option 3, legislative action at EU level, but only by reinforcing existing legislation. Option 4, comprehensive legislative framework on food sustainability that applies to all EU legislations. This option 4, it's clearly the favorite option to the Commission. This option is the most important. What is proposed on option 4? Lex generalis will serve as basis when assessing the sustainability elements of other EU legislations, including for the sustainability assessment of regular products. If sustainability included in the legislation criteria is not specified, we refer to the FSS. Legal obligation for a progressive adaptation of the sectoral union law could be considered. general objectives, definitions, principles, general minimum standards, sustainability analysis complementing the existing risk analysis principle, requirements for imported food, sustainable labeling, minimum mandatory requirements for public procurement, EU-wide monitoring framework. What is proposed? Supporting analysis. Commission to support their proposal, GRC Policy Lab on Sustainable Food System is done. Forthcoming GRC work on mandatory criteria for sustainable food procurement. Forthcoming study supporting the impact assessment on food waste reduction targets. Forthcoming JRC work on establishing a monitoring framework for the farm-to-fork strategy. What's the Copa-Cogeca position? Did not put some favorite options. Raise the following key elements to take into account. Need for a proper definition, the right starting basis, including approach, methods of production, food security, trade aspects, additional cost and economic viability plus means, repartition, market-driven approach, consumer focus and gradual approach, avoid duplications and unnecessary work. Copa-Cogeca work for further positioning. The Foodstuff Working Party will take a lead. Foodstuff Working Party in Copa-Cogeca will take a lead, setting of general principles and orientations. What is important, support of more specialized working parties at a later stage to redefine the principles and orientations set by foodstuffs. The commodities working parties like beef and veal working party will all be consulted at each stage of the process, will have to submit the specifications to their sector. This is an important point. Copa-Cogeca is working through working parties, and when the definition of the beef sustainable, the main the veal working party, Fleury is the chairman, and there's all to us on. What is also important, it's also the Gisante initiative, because the responsibility of agriculture, it's a DG Agri. But DG Sante also have their own initiative, and 5th of July, launched the EU Code of Conduct on Responsible Food Business and Marketing Practices. One of the first deliverables under the Commission Farm-to-Fork Strategy. What is important? This was an initiative from the Commission, from this DG Sante, where to this initiative DG Sante invite the associations, important association on EU level. It sets out the action that the actors between the farm and the fork, such as food processors, food service operators, and retailers, can voluntarily commit to undertake to tangibly improve and communicate their sustainability performance. As you see, the code of conduct is a Commission address. From the associations, we have a wide range of the most important association at the European level. From the beef perspective, it's very important that Copa-Cogeca is there, and also UACBV is inside this initiative. As we see, also it's Eurocommerce, Food Drink Europe, and this initiative probably the management to the legal framework and some part. Then we will see how it will be developed, this code of conduct. But it's also very important initiative where we must be active. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jersey. I don't see any questions in the chat yet, but maybe if I could just ask you one question, and it's not an easy question, and I don't know if there is an answer to it. You said that the working groups within the Copa Cogeca would be consulted at particular stages, and they'll have to submit information on the specificities of their set. But I suppose there is heterogeneity of the system, beef production system across Europe. How that square will or can it be can it be squared?
When we ask anybody in Europe today what is the definition of production, nobody knows really. Even in the Commission, through the farmers, when you ask process, only exception what we see is a European beef roundtable. What they do the job many. Then and I like this definition, and it's only one concrete. So then there is a long way to define at the European level. We have to be very careful to each steps, and to the end of the day has a useful for the farmers and industry, because the risk that the definition will be how to say very difficult to digest by us. As Mr. Fleury said today morning, we are afraid the definition what prepared by the Commission too heavy for us.
No, and hopefully this session is that both the members of the network will be able to contribute to that as well. So thank you very much, Jersey. So if I could now invite second session from the SAI and the European Round Sustain to give us a Roz, I understand that you're going to share the presentation, but please let us know and we can accommodate that.
Thanks.
Perfect.
Okay, good. Always a good start. So it's really great to be this afternoon to be talking from the European Roundtable for Sustainability. Just as I kick off, just offering up really on the webinar so far today. A couple of weeks ago, what do you need to do in order to work in sustainability? And after thinking about that for a bit, I went back to them really just with one very simple answer. In order to work in sustainability, you need to be, and we all know the complexity of the challenges that are facing us, that we're all trying to tackle and towards. So we've got to have a sense of optimism in terms of being able to work through those. And if I look at the diversity of innovations and good practice, from conditions using sensors through to more sophisticated feeding systems, measuring carbon sequestration, and national data through to the use of pheromones, got to give us of hope that working together can help move in a positive direction as a beef sector. I'm saying hello to you in 6 languages. It's really reflecting countries that we have so far our European table. Really keen to continue to work on extending our reach across Europe with the. I'll talk a little bit more about that. So I'm sure a number of you, most of you will be a European Roundtable Sustainability or the ERBS. So very simply this afternoon, I want to go through who we are, why we exist as a roundtable, what we are striving to do with, and then how we'll drive vision. Just within the session that's talking about coming up with a definition of beef sustainability. What is that the ERBS is the definition, but sharing really, I guess, this afternoon is for the ERBS to hopefully into, as she mentioned, huge that is happening across through our members. ERBS can be a stimulus and building block. We continue in the conversations, and most importantly, which I think we're all striving to achieve, is to be building on the work that is already happening and that we're already doing to avoid and farmers who we know are already under huge pressure. So that's just setting out just a very simple frame of, I guess, of why we're sharing the ERBS this afternoon. So starting off really at the big picture, and if we look at our vision and mission, very simply, we are wanting to be able to demonstrate positive progress of the Europe on sustainability. We heard a little bit earlier around some of the work going on around wanting to move forward around the image that beef has and the perceptions around beef. And I guess our work that we're trying to do within the round table is to demonstrate the measurable, but also very credible positive impact that the sector is having on sustainability, to start shifting, I guess, the perceptions and the views on beef, and recognizing that it has, I guess, a key role to play within broader sustainability. So just finding the click on key, which hopefully that works correct. So deliberately, we have a very diverse membership within the round table to really help drive our impact across the value chain. So within our roundtable, we have retailers as members, beef producers, of course, hugely important, because we know often the solutions will be sitting on farm and will be, I guess, offered up by farmers. Allied industry, so we're really taking that holistic approach. Processes, of course, playing a hugely important role. And then increasingly, we're wanting to connect going forward with civil society within the roundtable. And effectively, what the roundtable is we work to bring together this very diverse set of farming systems, production systems, contexts, but also very different cultures and heritages, which we know is a really important part of the beef sector. Bringing those together, and at the moment that's bringing together 6 countries, and you can see them on the screen there, each of them represented by what we call a platform, which is effectively a formalized collaboration within that country that's working together on beef sustainability and really to drive forward. So we have country platforms so far within the roundtable. But as I mentioned earlier, very actively working on extending our reach across Europe, continue to really be more and more European in terms of our representation. And what we've done really is align all of those platforms working toward 4 key outcome areas, represented by 8 metrics or outcome targets, again, that you'll see on the screen. And those were really set based on quite a detailed materiality assessment that was done by country, as well as quite an extensive consultation process to really be hearing from external stakeholders. And you'll see lots, of course, with the that Bovine is focusing on. So the effectiveness of animal medicines in beef farming, improving animal health and welfare, absolutely critical, improving that resilience of beef farming, and then improving the environmental footprint, which we know is under a huge spotlight. But very importantly, the diversity, we were just talking now around the, I guess, the systems are not homogeneous across Europe of systems and context. Important that in our work we take into account. So rather than being very specific around, I guess, the how the platform work or by setting a standard, instead united all of their programs together into this very simple recognition framework, which allows the platforms to move through these stages, starting off from a, I guess, sort of pre-qualifying criteria focused around commitment and knowledge, connection and credibility, and then moving through the stages, I guess, as the level of rigor and the depth of work increases by the platform. And in this way, we can then accommodate a really wide range of approaches and recognize those local contexts in which the work needs to happen. So I guess bringing those 6 platforms together, so far we are effectively, connecting to over 200,000 farmers within Europe. So really driving towards that representation and having a critical mass, all united towards doing work that's all working towards one vision, really focused on those 4, what we see as the most material outcome areas to be focusing on. And now our platforms, as I mentioned, are very active in working with farmers and other stakeholders, really around driving that positive impact on sustainability. It's gone through a process, our first report, so all of the platforms measure making against those 8 outcome targets. And we're just finishing off that review. It's a huge amount of activity that's going on. So over 70 activities are underway that the platforms are driving on the ground, working actively with farmers. Quarters of those activities are being led, really owned by the platform, being triggered by, and every one of the platforms has got activity outcome targets, so really extensive approach there. So platforms using this portfolio of activities, and again, common with some of the practices and innovations that were shared, but really strong find the most meaningful way of driving change, knowing that it's never just focusing on 1 or 2 or 3 mechanisms. We've got to have a very broad toolbox to be able to drive the change that we're wanting to see. So to sum up, my slide really, in terms of talking about the ERB, 4 key themes really to finish off on, which really summarizes. So most importantly, this theme of collaboration, of coming together, all working together towards a common vision, and most importantly, working towards common targets. And in that way, reducing duplicate, making more of what we do so we can all move further and foster, and ensuring that we are not increasing the burdens through additional big theme around, so both recognizing that the systems across Europe are enormous, and we need to recognize diversity of systems and find a way of bringing all of those, really driving the recognition of and really landing around positive steps is actively committed towards and are taking on sustainability. Impact is ultimately what we are striving to achieve. As I mentioned, we've just gone through our first reporting cycle, so we've got a view of where we towards the 8 targets. We know the journey is a complex one, and we've still got some way to go to really be able to the breadth of positive impact across the sector. And then finishing off with, I guess, the sort of fundamental why. Why are we doing this? Why are we coming together? It's ultimately to support the livelihood of the beef sector and of the beef industry, of our farmers, who we know play a really important role in the broader piece, I guess, around looking after the sector and keeping the sector going, but also livelihood from a sense of all of us, looking after people, looking after planet, and looking after the economic side as well. All three of those come together. So yes, a really short, quick run through just to share with you what we're doing within the roundtable, how we're working together and bringing this diversity across Europe, working towards a single vision and a set of targets to ultimately drive the long-term livelihood of the sector.
Thank you very much, Roz. And I think, yeah, as you said, it's very heartening to see the bottom-up initiatives that are happening across the platforms as well. So that's really fantastic. So does anybody have any comments or questions? And we can actually allow participation because we have smaller numbers here.
I have a question to Rose. Rose, may you show the slide where the objective, this four areas and objective we may see?
Yes, sure. I'll go back to that and share my screen again. Is this the one you were referring to?
Yes, thank you. I ask you for the slide because the slide is crucial to understand how the European Roundtable for Beef Sustainable define sustainability. We may say that is the definition. The farmers who start the journey and they are going to reach these objectives, measurable, they are sustainable. From my point of view, it's the first, the only one definition of sustainable beef. What I've seen, what I saw in Europe. The question: what is the vision of the Commission? How they will go to define? Thank you.
Thanks, Georgie. Thank you. And I guess just to build on that, on that point is we deliberately haven't set up the roundtable as a standard or a certification scheme because we believe, I guess there are already so many existing standards and certifications, but it is around really, trying to unite around where do we need to put our efforts in terms of driving sustainability forward.
There's a question about how the ERBS is funded. Please.
Yes, absolutely. So it's financed by our members, and that membership also sits within the SAI platform. So the Sustainable Agriculture Initiative platform effectively acts as the host for the European Roundtable. It's financed by our members.
Thank you very much, Roz. So I'll hand over to Richard Lynch now, who's going to explain the platform that we're going to use called Mural and the process that we're going to go through for the interactive session. So over to you, Richard. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Maeve. Okay, so we're coming towards the end of the meeting here, so don't despair at this stage, but really this is the point where everybody's going to have their say, discussion, and really tease out what Bovine has been doing to date. So as we've seen from Jersey and Roz's presentation, we can see it's very important to demonstrate the sustainable practices which beef farmers in Europe are putting in place on their farms and which maybe policymakers are not picking up on at this point. So Bovine's really working in that space to try and share these good practices and to bring them to light with other beef farmers. We can see the European beef sector really is sustainable and is interested in becoming more sustainable. So the session which I'm about to start with you now is really where say and how the Bovine project is interacting with that discussion at a European level. And I'm going to do this through a virtual platform called Mural, which I'll just share on the screen. So in a moment, I'm going to provide you with a link in the chat so that you can access Mural. But I'll just give you a brief explanation as to how it works and the type of exercise we're going to carry out for the next 15 or 20 minutes. So ideally, what you would do in Mural would be that you would, it would be ideally do in a face-to-face setting, would be that you would have a whiteboard at the top of the room, And when people gave a suggestion or a comment, they would put a little sticky note on that whiteboard. So Mural is a similar version to that, only in a virtual format. And just to give you a brief explanation as to how Mural works, the first thing to know, and very important, is that you can move yourself around the page by holding down on the left button on your mouse or on your laptop, and moving around on the keypad or moving the mouse around itself. And that, if you hold down on that, it'll bring you around the board. Also, a very important point is that when you enter the Mural first, enter this virtual whiteboard, it might be at a very far away level, and you might want to zoom in to read some of the text. So to do that, there's two simple processes. The first is on the very center of your mouse, you'll have a little scroll button up, and if you move that in and out, you can zoom in and out of your Mural. Also, down in the bottom right of your screen, you will see there's a section here that you can maximize your zoom function on the Mural board, and that will of course bring you in again. Now, so you learn to move around your Mural board, but a very important point is how do you actually comment on the board? So to do this, you double left click. That will bring up a little post-it note. You can enlarge it by pulling down, and you just click in the center of this, double click in the center, and type whatever you like in here. So you can type in beef, for example. So that's really a crash course on how we're going to use the virtual sticky notes and how we're going to use this board. But in terms of the actual exercises which we're about to undertake, there are 4 exercises which we will undertake as a team. The first one is an introductory exercise, really just to get you used to using the board. And the question there is, what is your favorite meal? So we see somebody has already entered ribeye steak. The second exercise then will be 5 minutes in duration. And the question here is, and please always enter your comments within the section aligned with the exercise number. So the question here is, what initiatives, projects, example, exist that are aiding in defining and achieving sustainable beef? So before I move on to the final further, what we might do is get everybody in the Mural board, and what if you look at the chat function here on your right hand side of your screen, there should be a link entering just about now, and if you click on that link, that will bring you to the Mural board. If people are having an issue with clicking on the link, you can copy and paste and input that into copy and paste that into a Chrome browser or a Firefox browser and so on. And please let me know if you're having issues transferring across to the Mural board. So I'll just give a minute just for everybody to click on the link and enter the Mural board. This is really a very useful way for you to have your say. It's completely anonymous if you wish, and you can input your say on some of the topics which we've discussed this morning, and maybe some suggestions for how the project could move forward. I just ask if people could just complete exercise number 1 first. Okay, so so you can see we have a number of people here. It's great to see that beef is being promoted widely across here. We see some unusual dishes and see the regional differences and the diversity between palates across different regions. In Bovine Project, I see cow tongue is here, oxtail stew, Finnish salmon soup, so we may have a Finnish participant. Duck, lamb curry. So we're not just all hung up on beef. We have a good wide palette. We're all getting our nutrients. Okay, I think people are very eager in getting to exercise 1, so there's no point in holding people off from it. So just to explain the question and what we're looking for here is, we want you to think of any initiatives within your region or any that you know of across Europe and projects that exist that are currently aiding in defining or not just defining sustainable beef, but are actually achieving sustainable beef production systems. So we see some very useful ones here at the moment, and there is a large diversity of different ones coming from all 4 thematic areas of the project. It's great to see. So those who might not be able to enter the mural, they can see it on the main screen of their Zoom. You can see the activity on the mural at the moment. So you have some very specific projects such as the ICO Tiger project, the Bovine Animal Health Monitoring System from France. And then we have some initiatives, pan-European initiatives such as the EIP Agri Focus Group on Beef Sustainability, or Sustainable Beef. We have the Global Grass-Fed Alliance, another large initiative. Of course, the European Roundtable of Beef Sustainability, for beef sustainability. We have specific projects that develop tools such as the CAP du Zero tool from France. Beef Carbon Project, which looked at the carbon production of the beef farm throughout its whole life cycle. So the idea here is, from a bovine point of view, is that we have a good list now following this exercise that we can go and contact these projects and try and make connections with. And as Roz has said, try and collaborate across platforms to try and bring the whole sector to be more. So at this point, what we'll do now is that we're going to try and break people into, or divide people randomly into 4 breakout rooms. And the idea if you could move across and choose a thematic area of interest to you and try and input, you'll see the question at the very top of the exercise, which is how does the good production innovation contribute to sustainable beef production systems? And think about this in terms of all 3 or 4 pillars: the economic, the environmental and social sustainability of the beef production system. So does the good practice address all 3 aspects of that? So you can just double click and put your information or your suggestion into onto the thematic area of interest to you.
Well, is there a certain good practice or research innovations? Is there a certain good practice or research innovations where you refer to?
Absolutely. So you'll see on the left-hand side of the section, you will see the actual good practice in question.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so it's great to see we've got some great interaction on the mural board. If people are able to, and they could focus just on the production efficiency and meat quality, which is the very last column on the right-hand side, you'll see to the left of both of those squares the actual good practice and research innovation in question. And maybe just comment on how they address all three pillars of sustainability, or if they do. That's great. Just in the interest of time, we might just move to the next exercise. So the next exercise, as you'll see on the board, is exercise 3. If everybody wouldn't mind just moving down to exercise 3. And I'll just explain to you again how this exercise takes place. So the overall question is, what challenges exist in this practice being adopted, or research and innovation being adopted across all beef farms? So what challenges would this specific practice or research innovation be prevented in being adopted across all beef farms? And just before you begin, you'll see to the left-hand side of each square the actual good practice that we're referring to. If you zoom in, you'll also see just on the bottom square as well, to the left-hand side, you'll see in a vertical kind of rotation, you'll see the research innovation it refers to as well. So again, just move across, have a look at the different good practices and research innovations, and think about them in terms of what challenges would exist into those research innovations or good practices being adopted on all beef farms. So it could be the fact that they're not easily applied on a beef farm because they're just research at this stage, and they need to be validated on farms before being promoted on a widespread basis. That could be one example. Could be that it has an antagonistic effect on maybe some of the other thematic areas. So by improving certain measures in production efficiency, maybe we're reducing our animal health and welfare and so on. So it's important to think about all these aspects. And a very good point that was made there, the good practices and research innovations that are listed vertically alongside each square, they were actually presented in the morning time, in the morning sessions, and the afternoon sessions. We just have one last exercise for 5 minutes, and I apologize now, this has been a long day, but this is really where you have your say. It's exercise 4 down the bottom, where you have your say on how bovine as a project can contribute to the definition of sustainable beef, or the discussion on defining sustainable beef. So any thoughts and any suggestions are very welcome here. So it might be useful to think of bovine as a project and what it does for further aid in beef. So what outputs from bovine might be useful to this discussion that Jersey and Roz alluded to earlier on in the presentation or in the session. So again, I suppose just the rationale behind why we're asking these questions, and in specific this question, is that as a project, I suppose we could be focused on just developing our solutions and so on for the actors within our networks, but it might be useful to think of how we can impact on policy at the European level. So we have the voice of an awful lot, or a very large group of farmers across different regions and diverse different farming production systems and so on. So it's useful to get this information and feed it back into policy if we could in some way. We've taken as much as we can out of you as participants, so we really appreciate you giving your inputs and your opinions and suggestions at this point. So
thanks very much, Richard. And I love the final comment that's in the chat there from Colonel Kimmer from Holstein, who says it was very exciting and interesting and fun. So, and he thanked you and those responsible. So thank you very much for that, Colonel. And I think hopefully we can bring the excitement and the interest and the efforts that you've all kind of put into today and into the mural board, and hopefully we can bring that forward. So I think it just remains for me to thank many people for this event. First of all, I want to thank you, the participants. It's been great to see so many participants from so many countries, and we really appreciate your contribution by your asking of the questions and your comments and your contributions to the mural board. And we hope that you very much continue to engage with Bovine. There is another 13 months left in the project, so we hope that you continue to engage with Bovine. I strongly recommend that you try to identify the Bovine network manager in your country if your country is represented in Bovine, and to connect with that person. But if your country is not represented within the consortium by the partners, it's still very much possible for you to engage with the network. And as a starting point, we would encourage you to sign up for our project newsletter, to join the Bovine Knowledge Hub. And really the starting point is to have a look at our Bovine website, which is www.bovine-eu.net. So secondly, I want to give a heartfelt thank you to Ari Kulvert from Lihames. Ari is one of our bovine partners. By day, Ari is a farmer, but she does obviously very many other things as well, as you will see from the photographs and everything that she contributed today. We really very much appreciate her work in hosting this event. She has had to deal with many challenges in organising this event. Originally, this was meant to be a face-to-face event, and she went off to get quotes for hotels and was trying to organise various tours for us. But unfortunately, due to COVID-19 restrictions, we had to cancel that. And then we had an opportunity to go into using our budget for translations and to widen the audience and to go virtually. And Ari said, no problem. And she took that on board. And it was very fortunate that she was able to engage with the Estonian Rural Network. So I want to thank the team there, Hannah, who is the head of the Rural Networking Department, Konstantin Mihiev and Lena Ulm. They overcame initial hiccups to do an excellent job in providing this event. And I think just to highlight the ambition of this event, we were providing 8 languages with speakers from more than 10 European countries, with participants across the globe, including Asia, Africa, North and South America, as well as Europe. We were including videos, breakout rooms, mural boards, and Google Sheets, everything else to provide this event. So I think it really, really was a great feat. So I really very much want to thank the Estonian Rural Network. I know we had a few hitches, but I think really when people appreciate the challenge that was involved in bringing all of these different dimensions together, I think we are very, very grateful to you for the work that you have done and the very much success from a technical point of it. So thank you very, very much for that. I want to thank the overall organising event committee, comprising Rhonda Smith and Mimi Saville from Minerva Communications, Ari Culvert from Lihames, Damiana, Maita and John from Intia. They did an awful lot of work in the background, bringing the presentations together from the demonstrations, the research innovations and the good practices, and making sure that whole part of the day worked very well. And they participated and hosted that despite electrical outages as well. So, you know, I think if we had to list potential risks to an event, I think we've most of them encountered today. And from my own side, I very much want to thank Richard Lynch from Chagas. He's the Bovine project manager, and he keeps a lot of the balls in the air and keeps us all very calm despite all these challenges being thrown at us as well. I want to thank the whole Bovine team. Many of you were involved in presenting demonstrations, research innovations and good practices. But beyond that, there is a bigger team today who did not present. Every one of that team has a role in collecting and sharing the knowledge from Bovine. So I want to thank all of you. So you will, excuse me, you will have heard a lot about the solutions that Bovine can provide to the sustainability challenges that European beef farmers face. So I hope you take away the message that Bovine can help to identify solutions to challenges identified by farmers. And I hope that I have clearly communicated that all of you can be part of Bovine as well. So please do sign up for our newsletter, visit and contribute to the Bovine Knowledge Hub, and watch out for future events. So it just leaves me now to thank you again and say goodbye and to wish you all the best for Christmas.